Hey guys, how's it going? So today we're finally getting back into our last path in New Game Plus for Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. It is Azure Gleam. I've been trying to figure out, some sound settings for this game real quick. I've been realizing recently, I was looking through some of my VODs, a few of my VODs have a weird sound desync with my capture card for Switch. So I did try some sound settings for that, so hopefully that fixed it, but I'll check after this stream and hopefully we'll be okay. If not, I'll look into it again. But anyways, I went ahead and played this time straight up to where we choose our house, since between the first two paths we did, it was the exact same. But I'm really looking forward to seeing all the differences. I mean, from what I've been able to tell so far, you do generally seem to always recruit Byleth on chapter 10. At least that's what it was the previous time, and I was confused last time. I believe, so there's 16 chapters, and then it counts like the very last battle as endgame if I'm not confused again. But let's just hop into it. I'm excited to see the differences. Yep. And I'm really wondering what happens to Rhea in this path, because, like I've been saying in our previous runs, I think that if there is a path that there is a difference between stuff like that, it's gotta be this one. Because the Kingdom are the ones who harbor the church for most of this playthrough. So, just interested.
Yep, that's the one. I'm sure of it.
May you build wonderful and lasting friendships in your new house.
I still think that it was a really good decision to have Shez actually just become a member of one of the houses, instead of just having them become a professor like Byleth did. I just think it fits a little bit better.
Yes, it turns out we just underwent a last-minute roster change. I guess you two haven't met. This is Professor Yuritsa, our weapons instructor.
Hello.
Another interesting thing with Yuritsa is when he has joined us, so we started in the Empire, and he convinced Mercedes to join us, and in the Alliance path, even though they weren't actually playable, Yuritsa being our ally was able to convince Mercedes in the last battle, I believe it was one of the last battles in Golden Wildfire with the Golden Deer, to kind of come over and join our side as well. Which makes me really wonder, since we're actually now going to be in the house that she starts in, what's going to happen with him. Maybe. I just always had a weird thought with this too, is that I've always wondered if there's a canonical house that each of the three was supposed to lead.
I thought all the houses were the same.
Because there's an incentive already between Dorothea having a previous relationship from the opera troupe with Manuela, and Yuritsa, being super allied with the Empire. There's already precedent for two professors to lead on with the Empire, and Yuritsa also does have the connection with Mercedes. For the life of me, I can't really think of a specific connection between any of the professors and the Golden Deer, though I'm sure there are some. Just makes me wonder.
And as for you, my mysterious new student, I look forward to getting to know you much, much better throughout the year.
Should be the same first mission as the other paths, if I had to guess. I would be very surprised if it wasn't.
In any case, I'm looking forward to learning from you, Professor Yuritsa.
I'll inform you of our first mission soon.
Sorry, what mission?
There you go. Yeah, I was gonna say, most of these characters are gonna be level 1. I think, yeah, Mercedes and Ash are actually the only two we've had before. We stockpiled up a couple 100,000 gold. The issue is, I think that's only probably enough to level 3 or 4 characters. So we'll see what we use. How nice.
Professor Yuritsa told me the good news. Welcome. I'm excited for us to learn and grow together. But for now, please, make yourself at home.
Our whole house has been buzzing since we heard you were.
Wonder what he says if it's male, Shez.
So we're going to treat you to a welcome feast tonight.
I just went ahead and did both female Byleth and Shez because I really like the design of female Shez. And I have a really hard... I don't want to be mean because I know it's the same thing as with, I never criticize, say, animes for the animation. Because, obviously, I don't know how to do stuff like that. And people do spend, regardless, a lot of time working hard on stuff like that. But, I can't take male Byleth's haircut seriously. But I think, based on the cover art I was looking at it and such, I think maybe the original design was, male Shez and female Byleth? Actually, I mean, we could check right now real quick. Yeah, see, male Shez and female Byleth. That's just interesting. I know that's probably just the cover art, but
Still, I must admit,
just
I'm
interesting.
curious as well. Rumor has it you're quite the exceptional fighter.
I'm happy to spar with any of you. Frankly, this brings me right back to my old merc buddies.
Hopefully, I mean, this path at least, I don't know if everyone else is gonna die. I really didn't feel like,
But please,
I'm trying to remember if anyone died in Golden Wildfire from the other main houses. Obviously, you know, a few people like Ladislava died, Catherine died, you know, but as far as members of the house, I'm genuinely trying to remember, because I know when we just did our Black Eagle slash, what is it, Scarlet Blaze path, at the very least, I want to say, who was it? Ingrid, I know, dies. And did Annette die? So I know a couple members at least. It was like 2 or 3 members of the Blue Lions died. And I was really surprised just because it seemed a little bit out of place compared to the other path. Well, compared to Golden Wildfire. We'll see. At the very least, this seems to be like a game that strays from the whole 3 houses aspect, in that the leaders of the houses have survived every time. Which is something, you know? I think if I remember correctly... Yeah, Yuritsa's not much of a small talker. But I think that, if memory serves, I think, Claude, you get the choice to have him live or die in both the other paths, don't you? I know it's at least one of the other paths. I know Edelgard dies in the 2 paths that aren't hers. And also I think the church route... I know there's a path where Dimitri just, like, dies off screen, too, which was hysterical, honestly. But this game does a good job of making me want to go back and, you know, play through 3 houses again. I don't know if I will, or if I'd stream it, because that would take forever. But we'll see, because Xenoblade Chronicles 3 does come out at the end of the month. Been really looking forward to streaming that game. I think I've mentioned it multiple times. I'm just super excited for it. And then we'll probably play some other things. It'll really depend on how often I stream, because it's been taking about 4 or 5 streams to finish a path, depending on how long they are. We do shorter streams, obviously a little bit longer, but with New Game Plus, it's also obviously faster, because we have a superpowered Shez, and we can use the Merc Whistle to skip any unnecessary stages. I've been going back and doing some of them later, but it's really not been necessary, which has been really nice. That really speeds up the playthrough, because our first playthrough with Golden Wildfire, we literally streamed every single stage. So there's that, and then there's repeat paralogs and such. And we do keep all our support conversations. We probably will have a good few here. So, just because we haven't had almost any of these characters before. And this really hits different too, seeing that little conversation with Edelgard. I mentioned this. So in the Scarlet Blaze path, they actually showed a bit of the conversation between Yuritsa and Edelgard. But apparently in this path, which makes sense, as well as Golden Wildfire, it just, you see them talking for a couple seconds. Very, you know, mysterious, seems odd. But then we realized that it wasn't an accident that we happened to go rescue Monica in this next mission. It was completely orchestrated by Yuritsa.
We'll leave at once.
I needn't remind you.
But
This is the
I
first
really
real
didn't
battle
remember
of
much
some
about
kind.
Yuritsa, English. Much about Yuritsa from the original 3 Houses game. I just felt like, if I remember correctly, it was something about him being a traitor, or something to that effect, and that's how we ended up in the catacombs. I think. It's been such a long time, honestly. But it's cool that they kind of fleshed out his character a little bit more in this game. I get that when you have so many characters in the game, it's a little bit difficult to flesh out every single one.
Lost sight of them.
Like, he says something like this, and maybe he does have abilities like that,
Yes.
but saying something like that, I mean, is anything to distract from the fact that he knows where we're supposed to be going here. It's just crazy to me.
So be it. We'll follow the blood scent.
Right, of course. We'll follow.
A lot of the differences in this early dialogue and the late dialogue, from what I've seen as well, will be, you know, which house leader we have. Obviously, the other members of the house when they have dialogue as well, but...
Where are you going? Well, he must have deduced where the bandits are. We should keep pace.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know this is a Nintendo game, but they really make it sound like Yuritsa just slaughters everyone here.
It does not seem wise
Pretty
to
scary,
charge ahead
honestly.
without- Hmm? What's this?
From the look of it, they're bandits. Or they were.
Dead by my hand.
Whoa. Wait, so are these the bad guys we were after?
Most likely.
Mhm.
I caught them trying to escape to that fortress.
Interesting. That must be their stronghold.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to stop us from charging
we
in,
better
you know?
clean the place out before they harm the nearby villages.
They've got their tails between their
Hmm.
legs now, so this should be easy.
Yeah, I mean, this dialogue too and switching between paths, like I've been saying, I really enjoy seeing all the parallels between these paths, but it really does show that there's a lot of characters that
If this is
feel
the
very
stronghold,
similar roles
why
to
are
each
no
other
signs of life?
in terms of the actual story and their place within the house. I think I mentioned, but like Hubert to Edelgard is very, very similar, I feel, to like Dedu to Dimitri, although Dimitri also is, from what I've seen, pretty close to like Felix as well. But it's just interesting, there's a very shy character in, like, you've got like Marianne, Bernadetta. I don't know if there's one quite like that in Blue Lions. I mean, I was never super invested in the Blue Lions house compared to the other two. I think I've mentioned this before, but my first path ever was the church route on accident in Three Houses. I think a lot of people who did Black Eagles first and didn't know a church route existed probably did the same thing, because you had to talk to Edelgard in a very specific month. And it's late enough in the game that I feel like you hit that point where you're kind of on autopilot. But then I also did Black Eagles. Then I did Golden Wildfire. Sorry, I guess it's Golden Deer then. And then I did Blue Lions last. Mostly because, and I think I've mentioned this, my 4 favorite characters in the game are Lysithea, Dorothea,
It's not smart to
Shamir, and
launch an
Catherine.
enemy stronghold when we
So
have
2 of
no
the
idea
knights,
what's waiting for us
and a member of the
inside.
other 2
We
houses.
should hold off for now.
I completely agree. I mean, look at the place. It's both dark and creepy.
The decision is not ours to make.
That's right. We're still on a mission after all. It's up to Professor Yuritsa.
And I say, enter the fortress. Dispatch any bandits you find.
Yeah, it's still pretty scary,
isn't it
like,
dangerous
just
for
sending
us
a
to
bunch
go
of
by
students into a
ourselves?
bandit hideout.
There
I get that
can't
it's
be more than a
harder to
handful.
fight, you know?
You should have no issue.
That's...
If need be, I will intervene.
It's interesting to see the height difference again between some of these characters. I know it showed it in Three Houses. I just didn't even really think
Brace
about
for
it,
the
like...
worst. No guts, no glory, am I right?
Should things go awry, Your Highness, stay behind me.
Yeah.
If things go awry,
Like I said,
will
I mean-
fall back. And I expect the rest of you
I
to
know
do
in,
the same.
Scarlet Blaze, she calls him her little brother, which I didn't know was a thing, honestly.
Let's see if it's ready for me.
I might wanna... I honestly kind of want to look it up. Just because I'm sure it's been explained many, many times. I just can't remember.
Stay
First
vigilant,
unit...
everyone.
Okay, it is requiring us to use these units. Like I was saying, I mean, at this point, we're probably going very targeted towards the story more than anything. How many? 600 enemies? Okay. So I'm not going to worry too much about, you know, which characters I use and whatnot. But I probably will. I will be leveling Dimitri, all of his skills and such, and then maybe a couple other characters. I'm still wondering which characters from the other houses we get, just because it's so, like, on Golden Wildfire, the only member of this house we got was Ash. And then in Scarlet Blaze, we also got Ash and Mercedes. So it really begs the question of which members do you get? And I guess, you know, we'll pair through this fast enough. We can try out. I've tried out Dimitri's moveset. You get to try him out, obviously, in that first little tutorial stage. These are allied units. I don't know, I'm swinging at him. But you get to try all 3 of them out at first, which is interesting. And then you get the stage in the end game in Arvo's world where you get to try all 3 of them at the same time. Pretty neat. I actually did feel like... I don't know, I just remember on our first playthrough, we really didn't use Claude very often because I was not a fan of his moveset. I felt like the idea of having a Wyvern back, or whatever it is the beast in his final form is, I don't even know what it is.
I pray they find
Shooting a ball, that is unique for the series. You don't see... I mean, you've seen mounted archers, but not a flying archer a whole lot, I feel. Oh, really? I kind of want to test that actually. But it was just like, it was a unique design, but in practice to me it felt a little clunky. I don't know why, but yeah, I didn't know that. I know it's mentioned something like a lock-picking skill at some point, but I didn't even know if we... That's actually really interesting. We might use Ash a fair amount on this playthrough, then we obviously had him in every 3, and that's probably why. Because if he's the only one who has that skill, it makes sense for them to allow us to have it, no matter what. But it's interesting, because so far the only character we've confirmed 100% is on every single path is actually Ash. It's kind of a funny contrast too, going from one-shotting everything with Shez to using the characters you're actually supposed to be using for this mission. Hey, that's the bonuses of New Game Plus. Let's move. Alright, so let's see, where is Monica? Oh, is she further down?
It's an old structure, but very well built. These ruffians are lucky to have such a perfect hideout.
Just make sure we clear out some enemies. Yep, there she is. It really hits different though, because the first path we did on Golden Wildfire, we just really were super confused. We were like, why is she down here? It didn't make any sense. But then we get a little bit more context with the Empire's path, knowing that the Empire at least was aware that they were down here. Again, that's why Yuritsa brought us down here. Just super cool. Super, super cool. Mm-hmm. I sincerely doubt she's playable on this path, but she is here. She was like obsessed with Edelgard. That's another thing. I genuinely don't remember them ever giving us anything conclusive on Kronya in Golden Wildfire. And yet, in the Black Eagles path, I keep getting that mixed around in my head. In the Scarlet Blaze path with the Black Eagles, she died. She very much died, but those who slither in the dark was another thing that was really not, I feel like, conclusively taken care of as well in Golden Wildfire compared to Scarlet Blaze. Just because some of those loose ends, like, just interesting. I don't remember if enemies actually show up to ambush Monica, so I wanted to stick by her. Yeah. Oh, now that I'm thinking about, yeah. I mean, as far as characters, I was thinking characters that are available in every path. The Ashen Wolves, Yuri, Balthus, Constance, and Happy are definitely playable in every single one. Hadn't thought about that, but that is absolutely true. No, she's no king. It's so nice, though. I think I mentioned this last time, too, but it's so nice just being able to crush through these enemies real fast. Because at the end of the day, I enjoy the gameplay for these games, but a lot of the times I'm playing Fire Emblem for the story, you know? And the characters. Maybe that's just me, though.
That should do it. Hurry.
I do enjoy the strategy aspect of, like normal Fire Emblem games, but the hack and slash genre isn't bad. Played a good number of these types of games in my time. I know I was going through my library. I haven't booted up some of my consoles in a long time, but I was booting up some of my old consoles, and I forgot they made like a Ruby game. That was a hack and slash. There's just some of those fun games that you can kind of, I guess, turn your mind off and go, you know? You know, I think Kronya had a really cool design. I remember that's why in the fandom those people who wanted to see her be around more was just because it's super unique. But at the same time, it's one of those things where it just doesn't really make sense. Aside from the whole getting betrayed and dying in Three Houses thing, even then, you know, obviously there's a chance for DLC character. Heck, we have Rhea as a playable character on our side here, as well as Arvel and Sothis, which we can only use in the Records Hall from what I've seen. It's, you know, that gives a chance maybe for her to be in DLC if the demand is high enough. but overall, in terms of like story, it wouldn't make any sense. It doesn't seem like those, like, we saw Edelgard's uncle when he became corrupted and turned into, I can't remember his name actually, but when he became corrupted by those who lived in the dark, and all of a sudden his skin got like that gray sheen. Same with the guy who was disguised as Tomas here in a bit. It's just, it's interesting, but it doesn't seem like there's a way to like revert. Which makes me think, with the way she currently is, given that she shares those same like skin tone traits with like the grayish skin, the red eyes, all that stuff. Was it Talus? No, Talus was Solon. Talus. I think Talus was Edelgard's uncle. Solon was the dude with the Megamind forehead.
They defeated a demonic beast? Impossible!
Let's get going.
Talus isn't going to like this at all. You'll pay for this. You'll all pay.
It's nice that characters get levels just for existing too.
Names are wholly unfamiliar
Not
to
too
me,
much, but
but
not
at least we
terrible.
won the day.
Alrighty then.
I must.
We have more gold than I thought we did, actually. I guess it was probably the gold from completing the other stages. It's interesting, though. Because this conversation right here really does make me think that the Officers Academy is only a year-long program, and that there's almost no interaction between like alumni and current students or even prospective students. Just very surprising to me. It seemed like the type of place that you'd go for. I get that a lot of times they're nobles and leaders that can't be away from their lands for too long, but as like an academy, I just thought it was odd that it was only a year.
But what are you doing in a place like this?
Monica Vonox.
Well, I was just on the verge of graduation last year when I was kidnapped by the strangest people. In truth, I thought I'd never breathe fresh air again. Thank you for coming when you did. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Monica von Ox, eldest daughter of the Empire's Baron Ox.
Yes. I think I understand. This all began when the knights lost sight of the bandits and you gave chase. Afterward, you entered a suspicious fortress and rescued a missing student. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
It was easy to forget, especially, again, the longer that fight takes, that we did actually send some of the knights back to get help.
Because the knights sent for help after you left them behind. Did you expect anything different?
I don't know about you guys, but I love puns. I especially love annoying my friends with puns. It's so great. But, I don't know, it's just interesting too, like, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that I get that they are previous friends to the point that very much always seem to kind of look up to Gerald. And this is a timeline where Gerald actually survives, unless you kill him. But it's still, I couldn't wrap my head around the idea that Alois does go ahead and leave the Knights of Saros just to join the mercenary band.
You didn't?
We saw others in the fortress. People who were clearly
Not paying too much attention to the voice lines here, because almost all of this is the exact same. Like I was saying earlier, I mean, when specific members of the house speak, or the leader in Dimitri speaks, it's obviously slightly different voice lines. But from what I've been able to tell, Priest time skip is very, very similar no matter what the path. And then at the very end, from about... well, the ending's obviously different. But the very part where you're in the other world with the three leaders, as well as kind of that Solon cutscene and stuff, also seems to be very similar. Two very kind of specific parts of the games. But once we get into the whole, like, flesh and meat of the actual Azure Gleam path, it'll be a little bit more different and interesting, I think. Because here they're just talking once again about going back to engage and confront Thomas, so that we can go back and see him transform and run away.
I suppose he isn't the simple scholar you think he is.
Tomas? Impossible.
And it's really scary just to see how deep those who slither in the dark really did have their claws into a lot of these organizations. You had someone disguising as Tomas in the Church of Saros itself. Obviously, we had Edelgard's uncle in the Empire. And while there weren't, like, from what I remember, very, very specific members in the Kingdom and the Alliance, you have to consider that's where Lysithia's powers come from. You know, stuff like that. There's obviously been direct influence by them.
Well, now things are getting interesting. Honestly, did not see this coming. So what do you make of this Kranya? Why do you think she was at the fortress?
I feel like...
You seemed preoccupied with her during the battle.
Just interesting. I never felt like we really got a huge explanation as to what Arvel's race actually was. Because you almost think they're maybe a god or goddess or some kind of deity similar to Sothis, based on this whole, all of a sudden I'm in your head, I'm connected with you, and I have amnesia type thing. Just a little bit odd. It's kind of funny though that a lot of times Fire Emblem protagonists or player characters such as Robin being the key example basically have amnesia, and this time in this like the Three Houses, Three Hopes franchise, they transferred that over to the deity within you instead.
Are you worried about me? How adorable.
Just interesting.
But I do love that about you.
Yeah, you don't want to obviously go around spreading the word a whole lot, because if word gets to him, even if he was innocent, he's not going to come back, you know?
As it happens, he's been absent from Garreg Mach for the last several days. They are using this opportunity to prepare quietly, and intend to seize him upon his return.
Hard to believe someone within the monastery was working against us.
It's shocking, yes, but we have testimony from the very person he abducted, not to mention all the other evidence they found.
See, that line's there for...
This could be our only
pretty sure it's Lysithea, and there is some... Who was it in the... I think it's Linhardt.
Anyway, you say he works in the library?
He used to help me track down
And again,
all
that's
manner
really
of
scary.
books.
There's a chance that he was kind of converted over to those who slither in the dark at some point. There's also a chance that, you know, something happened, obviously, to change things. But it's just scary, the idea that maybe he was there as, like, a sleeper agent or just as an infiltrator for 40 years. That's crazy.
Maybe his feelings aren't new. There could have been troubling signs for a while that we aren't aware of.
Maybe. To be fair,
True. What is
the other
point of
paths
kidnapping a
kind of
student?
wanted to do the same thing.
Ransom, maybe? The kidnapped student is from an imperial house.
Or maybe he wants to tarnish the church's reputation.
You know,
Well, look
of
at
the
you
Three
reasoning
Houses
things
leaders,
out. Your new friends must be rubbing off on
Edelgard I
you.
think was more likable. I think they made characters like Edelgard and Hubert to me a little bit more likable in this kind of different timeline Three Hopes goes with over Three Houses. But otherwise, I think Edelgard was only really likable if you sided with her. Otherwise, it was not the best. But I don't know. I really like the different direction. I feel like Claude and Edelgard, though, generally did feel very similar, even if the design is visually a little bit different post-time skip from Three Houses. But Dimitri's the one who obviously underwent a drastic change, and I kind of like it. I didn't mind the direction that they took with Dimitri in terms of him going insane with basically grief and under all the stress and pressure he's under. That does make sense to me, you know, I feel that. But at the same time, having him actually be like a, I don't know, competent leader, pretty heartwarming to me, actually. I quite appreciated that.
Tomas.
There he is!
One thing I didn't get about this cutscene, too, is if they really thought he was this dangerous, you'd think they would send, like, Catherine or Shamir instead of a bunch of nameless knights. Obviously, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. But it just makes me wonder, did they really... Obviously, they maybe weren't trying to scare him, accuse him without reason, but if they thought he was dangerous in any way, you know, you'd think they'd send maybe a more higher-ranking member. They say that's familiar, but it's like a different color, just because it's like energy swirling around you. This is a world with magic, you know, and like Pegasus and wyverns and such. I don't think it's that out of place just to have a bunch of like energy swirling around you, but a big part of the plot in this game, for a while, was that our powers are similar to theirs. And in the end, I didn't even think there was really that much of a connection between them anyways. It's kind of funny to me. Crisis in Verdiad.
Find him.
Are we gonna get pulled back to the kingdom immediately? That'd be really interesting.
Prologue. Crisis in Verdiad. Upon his return to Garreg Mach, the humble Tomas shapeshifts and flees, and not even the Knights of Ceres's most concerted efforts can track down the erstwhile librarian. Dimitri elects to keep an eye
Looks
on
like we do
events
go
from
back
afar
immediately.
and not involve himself in the disturbance. Soon, however, an urgent message arrives from Verdiad, capital of the Kingdom of Fargus.
Yeah.
Well, that was certainly an
And again, we shapeshift, but our skin doesn't turn gray. We don't look that, well, we look kind of sinister, but still.
Slipped free of the knights and escaped.
Shape-shifting.
Yes,
I mean, he
that's
said
what I
multiple
said.
times by this point, too.
Also,
I don't have
know
any
what he might
memories.
say next. His powers are just like the ones you gave me.
You know, another interesting thing, too, is Sothis disappears from your mind to some extent. I know you can still marry her if you're male Byleth. But if I remember correctly, that was part of Three Houses' storyline. And that kind of shifted over here, because if you do your A-rank support with Byleth way late in the story, she does mention that Sothis is the one giving her advice that she kind of relays. Though obviously not directly, she doesn't tell Shez that, she kind of mentions it as the conversation ends and Shez walks away. So it's just interesting, because that does mean that despite the hair color change and everything with Byleth, Sothis does remain with them no matter what.
To keep it to themselves.
It's because they trust you. Hold on, someone's coming.
Ah, there you are.
Something wrong?
Yeah.
No, I simply wanted to check in after the unsettling events of the other day.
Well, it's not like I'm a quivering wreck or anything.
Hey, that's really nice of him to say.
It's gonna make my life a lot harder if my powers end up being evil.
And that's not something that was really mentioned, I think, a whole lot in the other paths, but I still remember so many memes about Dimitri literally, like, crushing spears and stuff.
Power is neutral. The good or evil of it comes
That's
from
really,
what
really
you
wholesome.
use it. For example,
Well, Edelgard just outright is, like, suspicious of us, and
I've
Claude's
always believed this gift
somewhere
was
between the two, I
bestowed on me
think.
so that I might protect others.
But,
And you used your power to save us, which means it cannot possibly be evil.
okay.
Didn't mean to fish for sympathy
Interesting.
there, but, well, thanks.
My apologies if I overstepped.
I don't know why, but some characters I can remember their names. I'm really good with faces, I'm terrible with names. Both in games and, like, in real life. But for some reason, I remembered the name Rodrigue for no reason. But it took me how many tries to remember the name Holst? For Hilda's brother?
Let us continue this discussion later.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What did you say?
What is it with Three Hopes
only just
and
heard
having
the news,
evil
so
uncles?
I'm a bit hazy on the finer points. But it seems my uncle has seized control of the capital and declared war on House Fraldarius. All signs point to him wanting to stamp the line out entirely.
That's Felix's family,
Well,
right?
to be fair, at the moment, Dimitri
But what of the
isn't
kingdom's
currently
leading
in the
houses?
kingdom.
What does the royal
That too.
family gain from eliminating them?
I'd wager it has to do with House Fraldarius supporting my claim to the throne.
The bigger question is why the Grand Duke chose to launch an offensive now of all times.
Whatever the
Interesting.
reason, he must have decided to act before His Highness's coronation could take place.
My uncle claims House Fraldarius is
Yes.
attempting to install me as their puppet. As such, he issued a written appeal to the Western Lords to help him rescue me from the Duke's foul clutches, as he puts it.
In what cruel world would our noble house take the reins of a boar like you?
Don't ask me, it's his pretext.
Interesting.
So what exactly
So this
is
might be
going
what
on
pulls
in
us back
capital?
to the kingdom.
You said it's been seized.
Oh dear.
I do hope nobody there
It does make me a little bit sad though that
He's in no position to engage
we
such
didn't
movement
end
until
up
I've been removed
getting
from
a
the
little bit more of the
situation.
Academy days.
The regent should be dealt with.
Because I really like that,
I've
even if it
heard
was
one
only
good
like
thing about
what,
his leadership.
I want to say 6-7 chapters.
I've no intention
I
of
know it was a
becoming
shorter
part
amount of
this team.
time between paths
All the
in
same,
3
we must
houses.
return to Fargus at once.
I really enjoyed there being
You will accompany
some kind of interaction like that.
Your Highness.
Felix. I'm sure your father will contact you soon. For now, just
I
wait
believe
till I
Lonato
read the
was Ash's adopted father, wasn't he? Stuff like this I should remember. It just, I don't know why. I remember the dumbest things for no reason out of nowhere, and then I literally can't remember anything important.
He is a man of compassion. It's not out of the question he'll be swayed to my uncle's side. Truth be told, we're not sure where anyone's allegiances lie at this point. So let's not hasten to conclusions, any of us. We must all keep level heads.
Okay, well that's a bit of an
I'm
explanation
told you are sending the knights to help us,
on where
Lady
some of
Leia.
them are.
I do not wish
I
to
wonder
sound
if in this case though Shamir does
But are
just
you
kind
sure
of
you want
stick
to
with
do
the
that?
knights in the same way.
Of Saros
Because
cannot
in
overlook this
Golden
progress.
Wildfire, she was with us from like chapter
Probably many
4.
of our knights were dispatched
Like
elsewhere several
immediately
days
she just
ago
joined
on
us.
another matter.
Whereas in
However,
Scarlet Blaze it
while
was
we
a
may
little bit
lack
later on, and she mentions that while she wasn't still a knight even then, she was
skill.
still obviously acting as their assassin, attempted to
It will
kill
be captained by
Edelgard,
someone near and dear to
such
me,
and
in
such.
fact.
Just
Someone
interesting.
well suited to a mission within the kingdom.
Someone near to...
Hmm.
Ah, of course. That is encouraging.
Since its very inception, we have watched
And what's
over
scary
the
is you
kingdom
really
of
would think in a
Fargus
world like
as
this,
one
if
would
I was
their
in their
own
position,
child.
if anyone
When
was
its
going to be
peace
just
was
acting out of
threatened,
kindness and in the
it
interest
took
of the
us a
peace of the
short
land,
stint
it
to
would
arrive
be
at
the
the
leader of the Church of
Forgotten the
Saros.
outpouring of aid after my
And
father's
maybe that
passing
is the
for
case. It's
yourself.
really difficult to
And
tell because it's
I
one of those,
swear
maybe
to
they're
repay
trying
the
to do that,
kindness
but they're
of
still
both.
trying to remain in power.
One other thing.
Just scary, honestly.
From the church.
Interesting. So she wants all of us to go with you?
Yeah. It's
Yes.
difficult.
This time, the Knights of Saros will be accompanying us, in addition to Professor Yuritsa.
Yeah. Well, when we went back to the Empire, the specific, like, children of some of the nobles that were there, I think it was, didn't go back with us initially.
Considering what it means for my uncle, I don't know. House Dominic's lands are surrounded by other houses that are likely to support Rufus's claim. If I join you, it could sour my family's relations with our neighbors.
I'll go. I mean, of course I don't want to get Lonato into any trouble. But I also
Yeah,
know
that's fair.
he'd want me to do what I think is right.
I'm sorry to place such a difficult
That response
decision
actually
on
makes a
your
lot of
shoulders,
sense, too.
Ash.
I really like, not just the design, but I really like Shez's personality. That's one thing where, much as I really like female Violet's design, the personality of the character, again, I get that to some extent the character is meant to represent you, so they have to keep the character very broad in some aspects.
Indeed it does.
I don't know, something about Shez I really connect with a little bit more.
There you go again.
Like, I feel like as far as the protagonists of the games I enjoy the most, you know, I know there's like nameless protagonists, but like of the mainstream ones, I felt like I connected a lot more with Robin and Shez personally than I did with, say, Corrin and Byleth.
I'll inform you of the details soon. Please
Okay, so
ensure
it looks
you're
like
prepared.
only Annette didn't come with us this time. That is interesting. Okay. Yeah, here's where we just get those quick little non-voiced conversations between them. Hi, it's Rodri. I don't remember if you died in Gold Modifier, but you did die in our last path, so hopefully you don't die this time.
I implore you.
Yeah.
Yes? Nice day we're having.
Really?
So basically,
I love how both the options are kind of... He just said it doesn't bother him. Both options are, let's pry into it.
Got a second?
Oh, that's fair. Especially in the world of these types of royalties that exist in this universe. It's... yeah, a little bit difficult.
You sure?
No.
Not good.
Yuritsa said, okay, so Yuritsa did just go with the Black Evils. That makes sense, though. Again, stuff like that, I'm trying to remember. It's been a couple weeks now, at least, since we did, like, the very beginning of Golden Wildfire. So it is difficult to remember, kind of, you know, what specifics happened. Lord Lenato genuinely, even though he's a bit wishy-washy if memory serves in some of these fights, I think that his relationship with Ash does seem to be very, very wholesome.
Let's see.
Let's give it a go.
Interesting. Yeah. Definitely scary. It makes sense, though. It's weird to me because on one hand, in my mind, I'm like, it's straightforward. There's a very clear heir to each of the three big nations right now. But it makes sense that there's people, especially again with how kind of scummy some of these nobles can be, that there's constantly back and forth arguments trying to usurp and find a way to take the throne. Especially since, in the case of Edelgard, there was already like the regent with her uncle that had a taste of that power.
You have my thanks.
The Duke
Whose
has
voice
stamped
is
out
this?
most of the troops who invaded Fraldarius. As things stand, a clash on royal soil and eventually within the capital is...
I don't remember this guy.
As you are the only
I do remember you.
I have, my lord.
And I hate you.
I pray we might find a way to resolve this conflict peacefully. Bah, what rubbish. He sings of conciliation, but I know a threat when I read it.
Shouldn't you take better care of a letter from your dear nephew, my lord?
He's not expecting a reply. The creature means to slay me.
Your fear of Prince Dimitri runs deeper than I thought. You shouldn't have missed your chance 4 years ago in Dusker, or 2 years ago during the suppression of the rebellion.
I mean, he does go, again, he goes insane in 3 houses, but still.
I've learned my lesson. A lion's cub is still a lion, and one cannot slay a lion with a clumsy scheme.
Maybe he has just terrified him because of his unnatural strength. That is one thing that I don't recall ever being completely explained as to why he has such crazy strength, but still. Oh. Is that...
The aberrance of it shakes me to
interesting.
my core.
I understand completely.
The one who's really trying to put a puppet in place here is absolutely Cornelia.
I dream a lion is ripping out my throat.
You'll run yourself ragged if you live your days in fear of revenge. You were meant to rule Fargus, and you have the power to make it so. Your royal army is the finest in the realm.
Well, if you
And
murdered
if
your
I may
brother...
be so bold, you also have me. Your
Maybe
words
it's
to rest, my king.
kinda deserved, my guy.
Deeply and without fear.
I'm so utterly tired. Tired of being afraid. Tired of what I've become. All of it.
That is a... Can't really see it because of my model, but... Here, let me move myself real quick. That's the face she's making right now. That is horrifying.
Curse it all! I am not waiting 1,000 years for that doddering old fool to act. Rally the Western lords and their troops, and be quick about it. Have them make ready to intercept that whelp.
As you command, Cleobulus.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible. It's just crazy too because Rodrigue and his house have always seemed like the straightforward, try to do the right thing even if they're a bit blunt about it type of people. It's crazy that again, in politics and stuff like that, the people who are actually honest seem to be the ones that have to deal with accusations like this.
Victory stained with the people's blood achieves nothing. We'll need to move our forces swiftly, but with caution.
I mean, it's similar to, I think, asking Ferdinand to strike down his own father.
Nothing of
When it
yet.
came down to it.
I thought not.
It's got to be super, super difficult, but clearly, you know, they understand there's no way around it. It's rough.
Preparations
We are heading for a funeral, Felix. That is basically what's happening.
Dimitri. Let's not keep them any longer.
Whether it's for us or for them, you know, at this point,
No, we'd best
you could think would be up in the air for them.
You're our commander, but you look like you're heading for a funeral. Could you maybe try not being so insufferable?
Apologies for my demeanor. I've more than a few things on my mind. But very well. Let's begin
The
our
last
little
minute
war.
second guessing. I do that a lot.
You look pale. Not keen on fighting your own blood?
Sadly, I saw this fight coming long ago.
And he's not sure he can. And to be fair, the war that's about to break out is not his fault.
Brought the fight to the streets of the
The
capital.
good old Emperor Edelgard's.
My actions are right. Most of the people here favor keeping the royal line of succession. That's because my father and the chiefs before him maintained peace inside these walls. But ever since my uncle seized power,
That's fair. To be fair, he says the exact same thing when it comes to his personal belief that the current system of nobles, as well as the Church of Saros' claim on everything needs to be taken out, but that in supporting such and doing such would directly split the kingdom.
just as it's doing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yet had I supported my
But for
uncle's
things to
claim,
get better, a
it
lot of
would
times
been
they do have to get a little bit worse.
And the only way to prevent such a rebellion is to invade the capital and kill the regent.
I could get why the whole wishy-washiness here would come across as a bit off-putting to some people, but I just think it makes a lot of sense.
In that case, there's no reason to hesitate.
If you were in Dimitri's position, you wouldn't be super optimistic right now. You'd probably be second-guessing yourself. It's just...
My apologies.
It's tough.
I
It
have a
is
bad
tough.
habit of agonizing over such
See, so
things.
we have Ingrid, Mercedes. There's no reason for us
As all of you
not
have
to
come this far
use
to help me, the least
the
I
two
can do
units
is
that are
submit
already
an
leveled
attempt
for
at
now.
opposite.
As far as units go, though, Ingrid's a Lancer. I'm curious to see what the it's weird. Flying units seem to be... I mean, a lot of the units in this game seem to become mounted or flyers if they do at the very end. But I'm interested to see what the moveset will be for Ingrid when she becomes a Pegasus Knight. But we can see that later. Yeah, no reason not to. Let's see, 1,200 enemies. Good to know. Again, probably don't gotta worry about getting S ranks. The earlier S rank rewards, unless they're like stat gain items, I don't think are important. I just get it in my head of like, if we're gonna do certain stages, since we're already skipping so many, at least on stream, might as well try and get an S rank on the ones we do on stream, you know? That said, though, we are only playing on normal difficulty. It's one of those, if I was more focused on like getting a challenge, doing gameplay and stuff, we do hard modes. Like, I've beaten Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon, the original like Marth storyline remake, on like every single hard difficulty, and honestly, it hits a point where it's just not as much fun for me. Same thing as playing on like classic. All classic mode means for me in a lot of these games, although units actually dying hasn't been a huge issue, all classic mode really tends to feel like it means for me is, oh hey, I messed up, now we have to restart the stage, you know? In Shadow Dragon, I remember I would often do the strat where I'd kill off most units so I could go to the X stages, because then you could get, you know, relatively decent units like Athena. But, just depended. I also felt like a lot of Shadow Dragon hard mode grinding was getting really good at doing Coliseum grinding, which was obnoxious, but Coliseum grinding was, in my opinion, one of the easiest ways to just get strong enough units that you didn't have to worry as much. But even then, like, some games could be crazy difficult. I remember doing the hardest mode of Fire Emblem Fates. I think it was like Lunatic or something. And literally, like, having to try the prologue stage a couple times. When you just have, like, I think it was what? core in a couple of your retainers or something like that. I don't remember. I mean, if it's been a while since I played Three Houses, it's been even longer since I've played Fates. But, I mean, I haven't played Fate since I was in high school. But I remember the lunatic mode on that one being just like, this is just not fun anymore. And that's what it comes down for me, is I'd rather just enjoy the storyline, you know? I do think that Three Hopes went the right move with, as much as I miss characters like I really miss Tiki. Tiki's probably, honestly, so in Awakening, my favorite two characters for support options are Serge and Tiki. But I think because of just how she recurs throughout the entire series and everything, Tiki might just be my favorite Fire Emblem character of all time. I really like Tiki. So as much as I miss having characters like them in the game, which to be fair, Serge wasn't in, and I still don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I've always said Serge, but I've never heard it pronounced. The Wyvern Rider, though, with Minerva in Awakening. But, it's just, I don't know. Just odd. But, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I was just thinking, it does make sense for, you know, Three Houses to have its own, like, Warriors game if it's gonna get an entry in the franchise. If you're trying to juggle all of these characters on top of, you know, what the original Warriors did between Fates, Awakening, and... I don't know if it's still, like, I don't remember the original name. I mean, I was in like, middle school, elementary school when Shadow Dragon Remake came out. So the original, like, version of Marth's story came out long before my time. But... yeah, good old Shadow Dragon, the DS. I remember when that was crazy, like... growing up, I mean, heck, I had an iPod, like, Nano in elementary school, middle school. It's crazy to think how far things come, you know? Now I have basically a computer in my hands. Stuff like that still just blows my mind. Okay, so we got multiple threats here. This is actually very similar, I think, to the fight we did in Viscount Claymore, huh? So we're fighting kind of those who have sided with Dimitri's uncle.
I suggest we again divide our soldiers to deal with the multiple threats, Your Highness.
Yeah, well. It's difficult too, because you have to assume some of these people were threatened as well. Things just aren't always so clear-cut. Let's take Ash. I mean, one thing that we might use here, we're obviously, I'm just thinking again, for our endgame team, it is incredibly likely that, you know, since we can bring 4 units, we will end up just bringing Dimitri, Byleth, Shez, and one other character. But for now, having a mounted unit is nice. Traverse just a little bit faster. I don't think I can Shadow Step at this point, actually. I cannot, I was going to say. Otherwise, I'd have just teleported Shez over closer to there, but I don't believe you can do that until at least a few stages in. Very helpful, though, honestly. Just a couple brawlers here. There we go. What is Ash's ability, actually? I didn't mean to push that. Oh. Looks like it fired a, like, wind-based arrow, though. I can't do it without charge, which makes me think that it's something. Oh, I just realized. I keep forgetting we have Ash immediately. I'm gonna send him over to that chest. Take control of Shez again. I do feel like I was very guilty, and I'm going to be in this run as well, of just using Shez in the early stages, but like I was saying, we'll definitely give some. We actually saved up gold before this path, so we'll be able to give over some gold to, I mean, sorry, some levels and strength over to the other characters. It'll just take a second. Oh, there we go.
That won't do. We must retake them at once and ensure the town is safe for good.
But even with, it's crazy too, even with a level 72 character, very much, obviously way stronger than you're supposed to have for this part, these stages do still take, you know, a decent chunk of time. Like, it really puts into perspective. I know some people were surprised that there wasn't a history mode in this game, but when you consider just how many stages there are, because in the original Warriors, yeah, there were like 20 plus stages in the main story, but that was the entirety of the main story. There were no other side stages. Whereas in this game, you know, there's 3 paths with, you know, 16 chapters plus endgame in every single path. And every single path has all of these stages in between. And a lot of the history mode stages were just kind of copy-pasted challenges, you know? So it's kind of cool to see that even though it's deceptively didn't seem like maybe there was a whole lot of content to this game at first for some people, aside from, you know, the fact that the size of the game is much larger, there really is a lot of, you know, a lot of content to be had for this game. They did a good job with it. Like, I really think that just neat. And again, with the presence of Jez, I think it makes sense that it's not quite exactly the same timeline. But if they'd just gone ahead and used Byleth as the main character again, I think it might just fall in victim to being the exact same story as 3 Houses. You know? So. Because again, when it only takes this universe, with the original Fire Emblem Warriors, you could take the kind of convergence of all the other games, alongside the actual protagonists, Rowan and Leona, and kind of make that work. Whereas, in this game, you know, again, with only one kind of world-based / game basing it around, there's not really a, I guess, precedent for there to be another storyline, unless you put something like Shez in as an X factor so that you could change things. Like, I really just think that they did a good job with this game. You know, I thought Cornelia, being who she was going to be kind of sly and switch sides over for a bit, and then we'd have to deal with her later, but it appears as though she's just an enemy right now. Which is fine with me, honestly.
Now that we have access to both the east and west bridges, it's time to breach the capital, corner the traitors, and strike them down.
Let's see this.
My, this is your lucky day. I've decided that you deserve my personal attention.
It sure is. Do these gates open?
You truly are whimsical. Will today mark my death or his?
Am I an idiot?
Either way, this boss.
Oh, do we have to go all the way around? I think we have to go all the way around. In that case, it looks like Ash is making this up. Rufus and Cornelia. You have to defeat both of them. Okay, we could order Shez to head that way, but it looks like everyone's... Well, it looks at the very least Dimitri and Mercedes are headed towards the other... Oh, Ash didn't open the chest. Did I not order him to open the chest? I must have put him on the wrong square. Probably nothing important, but... I mean, if I literally... I mean, getting the key isn't that hard either. I just... Honestly, I've been ignoring the chests recently. Just because, don't think they're that important, but not even needing the key is hilarious. Yeah, even Shez seems to be headed over to get Cornelia. So we will take Ash, and we're gonna go get rid of Rufus real quick. Another thing about these games too is the maps are deceptively large. It doesn't feel, looking at it, like the maps are that much bigger than some of the previous, like Fire Emblem Warriors, I mean. And then you actually are running through it and it's like, wow, this takes a long time. That did not do as much damage as I thought it might. You would think that their liege would be... I guess that he is technically the current ruler, quote-unquote. But you would think that they would be loyal to the actual rightful heir. Maybe that's just me, though. Is he dead? No, he's just... I feel like he probably dies in the cutscene, doesn't he? Avenge your father. I wonder if Dimitri was aware that Rufus killed his father. Because his reaction there does make it seem like he was. But you would think he would have a lot more. Like, you would think he would have mentioned that, you know? Mm-hmm. But it looks like unless they die in the follow-up here, they don't actually die immediately. Is she about to teleport away? Oh, yep, there she goes. Well, we did what we came here to do, you know?
Look at me getting wrapped up in my fun again. But sadly, I must bid you farewell.
I wish you could reskin weapons. I really liked the, what was it called? I remember the first time we got it, the Cursed Ashia sword. I really liked how having like 2 red blades with Shez, but the stats on that weren't that good, and it drained your health to half really fast. It was in exchange for like extra crit rate, which wasn't nothing, but I didn't think it was that helpful.
Gotta remember.
I think.
Let's see what happens now. I'm interested. I'm interested. Ooh, cutscene.
How can I? No.
Oh, he is being executed. Okay. Oh, I dropped my water bottle lid.
Something you feel like saying?
No.
All traitors get put to
None
the
for
sword.
you. But this.
It's his duty as king.
Final words.
You literally killed your brother.
But tell me something, boy. Does it trouble you to slay your own kin? What a surprise. I did not think you capable of sympathy, craven monster that you are.
Ooh, that's almost kind of like a...
But either
Nintendo
way,
obviously
I
has to
do
be
what I
very
must.
creative with the shots that they show on things like this.
Well,
That little shaking of the camera as though we're in his first-person point of view.
that I much
Super
deserve.
cool. Good way to do that, I think, in a PG way. Something that won't traumatize younger audiences, but also, you know, for, you know, people who actually understand what's going on. You know, I don't really know what age group Fire Emblem's really targeted to. Like I said, I started playing it in like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, but even back then I remember I didn't always understand. My first playthrough of Shadow Dragon, I had to restart because I killed everyone by like chapter 6. So pretty awkward. Mostly because I didn't know there was permadeath, and I kept being like, oh, I'm sure they'll come back, even though they have death lines. Yeah, I'm pretty dumb. I'm the type of guy that aces all of his academic exams, you know, and then can't figure out how to, like, I don't know, do something just super simple in real life like an idiot.
1171, the mage Cornelia arranged for a certain powerful imperial family to come to the kingdom.
That's the year when my step-uncle, Lord Arundel, brought Edelgard here in exile.
Correct. We think Lord
It's nice knowing that in this timeline, at least, or this path, a lot of these characters aren't going to die. Because we are directly behind the deaths of a lot of these people. So, there's that.
Thank you, Your Highness. If we continue wringing information out of them at this pace, we'll soon have a clear picture of what transpired.
My uncle's attendants must also confess to the slaughter in Dusker. But now that things have come this far, we can't expect the Western Lords to stay silent. We need a way to keep them far from power.
Oh, there are always ways, provided you're willing to keep all your options open.
Yes, I suppose so.
You could shake things up.
Let us speak more of this later. For
Interesting.
now,
Yeah, that's fair.
spread word of what you have found to every palace and pub in the land. That should help keep the lords in check.
Is that wise, Your Highness? If we announce that Rufus
I
is
do
involved
believe
in
that sometimes there are times where the truth isn't the most direct thing you should be revealing. But I do very much understand exposition that too, and he's saying, you know, obviously if I hid something from them and they found out, that would hurt my credibility from then on.
So you suggest we bury the truth? Should it somehow
But you
come
know what
to
they say,
light,
ignorance is
the people's
bliss.
faith in me will be forever shaken. If the kingdom is ever to part ways with our bloody past, this is the path we must walk.
Fine words, though I doubt they'll appease the people.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Nor the rest of Fargus, many of whom.
I know if they really do think that that's gonna hurt Dimitri's credibility,
We thought you might say as much.
then
His Highness and I have
yeah,
come
why
to
not
a
have him sit
solution.
down? Oh, and have
I
someone.
will resign
Okay,
the
that's
title
fair.
of Duke and pass it to my heir.
Have him take responsibility for that as well. That's interesting. That wasn't my initial thought. I was just thinking the whole. If he was really gonna accuse him for that, he steps down, then that clears his position as the next ruler for sure. But
People will naturally
still.
seek to point the finger at His Highness, and we need him unsullied if he is to lead. Someone has to get down in the mud and bear the slings and arrows for him.
Interesting.
Who better for such a task than me?
Rodrigue will abandon his title and work with Dedu to restore harmony between our people.
I wonder.
I'm not asking him to take his life.
Okay, and that's why he has to stay here. I wonder if Dimitri also kind of takes care of us. Because from what I understood, in Golden Modifier Path, Claude said, come with us to the Alliance. And then, you know, Shez very directly says during the 2-year time skip she was working like odd jobs and was actually kind of struggling. Because Claude kind of left her high and dry. And then with Edelgard, it did seem like she kind of helped at least put her up. And give her opportunities as well. Which was nice. Makes me wonder though. You would think if anyone, you know, of the three, Dimitri would take care of us during a 2-year time skip, but we'll see.
Yes, I have. As for you, Gustav, you'll also be staying here in the kingdom.
But I abandoned my homeland. There can be no place for me in Fargus.
I will make a place for
Really
you.
does make me wonder
I need your help. Lady Rhea will
what all
understand.
we're gonna have to deal with in terms of like this path specifically, because in the Alliance it was juggling between obviously the two nations and those who slither in the dark and the Almirans, whereas in the Empire it focused obviously without a foreign enemy. It was largely the other two kingdoms as well as those who slither in the dark. Makes me wonder, because aside from maybe dealing with the unrest and some of the nobles that kind of branch out and stuff, what all we have to specifically deal with aside from the main storyline, you know, being the war between everyone.
There's a favor I've been meaning to ask of you. It won't happen right away, but I'm considering the formation.
So this is
of
his
a
reason to have like a
private
mercenary group.
army. I need someone to captain them, and I was hoping it might be you.
And what does the leader of the kingdom need
Okay.
with a private army?
I fear my uncle may have rubbed off on too many of my knights.
It's funny that he says that, because even if we saved his life, we were only together at the Officers Academy for like what? There was that 2 weeks later thing, so maybe a month or two max.
These next several years will be an age of civil war, and I want to be surrounded with the best and most loyal soldiers I can find.
That is fair though, you know.
Well, that does
Who are you
sound
more likely to
interesting.
listen to? Somebody that you can kind of
Still,
relate
I'm
to, or
just a
someone
regular
who's
old
just
grunt. Why put me in charge?
so far removed from you that they can't even possibly
This
understand?
will be an army of commoners, not knights and nobles. A mercenary like you is far more likely to earn their trust than some stuffy noble who's never known a day of hardship. Please, allow me to be clear. This is not an order. If you'd rather return to the academy, you're free to do so.
Are you kidding? I'm in. Thank you, Dimitri.
Having put down Rufus's revolt and ended his uncle's life,
Kind of just re-mentioning what's going on in the other areas.
truth regarding the tragedy of
Yeah.
Dusk.
It's really cool that we actually saw those events now, by this point, actually taking place. So even though in this path, if we'd done it first, we'd be like, oh, that's interesting, we don't really know what's going on. Whereas here, we fought the Almirans, we've dealt with the unrest and the Edelgard's uncle.
Finds themselves pitted against an invading Almiran horde.
Permits them to return home. It's interesting where they're required to
Realizing
stay.
the troubles of Fodlan will fall
Only
squarely
out of the
on our young
prologue, though.
students' shoulders,
To
Archbishop
war.
Rhea closes the Officers Academy and permits
I really
her
like the
charges
stained
to
glass
return
aspect of
home.
these chapter screens too. Really, really cool.
Azure Gleam. To war. It is the end of 1181.
It's interesting too that the Alliance only really became a federation with Claude as an actual king in the Golden Wildfire path. It really makes me wonder if that happens in this one as well, or if they do the same thing as the Empire. Because I really wasn't expecting it, and then it just didn't happen in Scarlet Blaze.
Erstwhile schoolmates strike out as the next generation of leaders. A new era is dawning.
But then I wonder, do we actually go defend? Since Edelgard, we saw in Scarlet Blaze, basically immediately took Garreg Mach, even if it was only temporarily. Really makes you wonder, you know, kind of if we go to defend them, or if we just are kind of there when they get kicked out and harbor them. You'd imagine so.
Pardon my lateness, Your Majesty.
You needn't worry, Felix. I know your duties.
And to be fair, it kind of makes sense, I think, that they went to the Kingdom instead of the Alliance. In some aspect, because you'd imagine, you know, again, Dimitri's probably going to be a bit more straightforward and willing to harbor people no matter what than the Claude would, given how much Claude schemes. And Edelgard is, you know, obviously not an option. So, just interesting.
Asking us to protect the higher-ranking members of the church,
Hmm.
including Lady Rhea herself.
Yeah, that's the sad thing, is in stuff like this, there is no remaining neutral.
As it stands, we find ourselves quite literally
Hmm.
stuck between the Empire and the
Interesting that someone else notes that.
I'm not sure how much longer we can remain neutral.
If I might, Your Majesty,
Has a good point.
maybe I believe it
But we're
prudent for
clearly
us to
going to be
reject this
ignoring that.
proposal from the church outright. If I might, Your offering them shelter will only serve to provoke an invasion from the Empire. This matter of the Southern Church concerns me as well.
Yeah.
But
They kind of
I
mentioned
believe we
that.
have more important matters to be fussing
It
over.
really felt like the Alliance was the only one of the three nations though that had no like basis from the Church of Saros, as far as I could tell. You know, because like, I mean, but the Kingdom does seem to be the one that is most directly forced into action.
Are we to renounce the very heart of this kingdom simply because we shudder at the thought of invasion?
Sad as it is.
War will always come
Yeah.
at one point or another, and some degree of suffering is purely inevitable. You know this as well as I, Viscount.
You dare
Yeah.
speak of suffering, do you?
It's kind of the same situation as
Not scorch your lands in the north as it does ours.
Loren's father. Why can't I remember his name now?
Normally agree that those of us
Oh,
from
Count
the
Gloucester.
territory should hold
He was the one who held the lands directly across the Great Bridge of Myrddin. So when the Empire invaded, and that was their only real avenue was to go through that Great Bridge, you know, it's difficult to be the one who is initially going to be in the way of their assault.
But I did receive a missive from Count Galatea.
Hmm.
It read,
Yeah.
"My people are not fools enough to rejoice in the surrender of their territories to invaders.
Hmm.
There is no morality in turning our backs on the institution at the very foundation of our lives. We must
Just goes along with the whole knightly aspect of the kingdom too.
Your Majesty, we owe a great debt to the Central Church for their role in quelling the uprising 2 years ago. To not repay such generosity in kind would risk weakening the trust of your vassals.
It's kind of crazy though. Once we got rid of Edelgard's uncle, there's really nobody contesting the lead to the Empire. And honestly, kind of the same thing with the Alliance. It was just that Claude couldn't really act until it became a federation with him as king, because you constantly had to have those councils between the nobles that took forever to organize so that they could do anything. But it's interesting to see that there's a lot of people who try, aside from just Dimitri's uncle, who's now gone.
Instead of debating hypothetical unrest.
I don't want my people to suffer the pain of conflict. But does anyone here really
They sure do. In fact, we did do that last path.
their every demand? Suppose we do let the Empire take the Archbishop.
He's just kind of a coward.
Accept this new southern church. Then what?
I didn't really. I don't remember hearing a whole lot about like so religious ideals and stuff and what he actually did in terms of being the new Archbishop. So much as he was just kind of, I don't know, just kind of hiding away.
The southern church is nothing more than a mouthpiece for the Empire at large.
In other words, rejecting the central church in favor of this new southern one would be no different from flat-out accepting imperial rule.
To be fair, that exactly sounds like something Hubert would orchestrate.
Just how they would treat our kingdom were such events to unfold. Though I imagine it would involve heavy taxation for the express purpose of bleeding Fargus dry and filling the imperial coffers.
Do you have something to add, Duke Fraldarius?
Not really.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering how long we were planning to continue this tedious charade. The question's simple. Do
There
we
you
hand
go.
over our kingdom and
But
subject
that doesn't mean
ourselves
it's.
to imperial rule or
Yeah,
not?
I was gonna say it doesn't mean that it's good for everyone.
Has been quite clear as to what will happen if we give in to the Empire's demands. We've all been informed of the rapid reformation their region has undergone.
Yeah.
Many aspects of which I admire, I'm not ashamed to say. But an old, stubborn land like ours isn't suited for such tempestuous change. Radical new freedoms are not what the people of Fargus need right now. They need stability, steady improvement in their daily lives.
Yeah, I'd wondered if maybe they're gonna take a hard like left turn and maybe have us combat the Church of Saros in this path, but I didn't think so. It really makes sense, because again, there's still so many parallels between these stories, even with some things like, say, the Federation not being a thing. Generally speaking,
Sharpen your blades and prepare for the battles ahead.
they seem to have tried to do things like how they would have been at the same time between the paths, just obviously with Shez involved, and then obviously as we're recruiting units and everything else, and it's kind of that path that's meant to succeed the most. But a lot of them seem to be very similar. So, just interesting. I still don't know if there's a church route. I genuinely don't think it seems like that's the case. It was something that really took a lot of people off guard, myself included,
Did you hear?
in Three Houses, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case.
Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, we've been fighting battle after battle through every corner of Fargus. But I never thought we'd be going toe-to-toe with the actual Empire.
That's fair.
I'd be nervous if it even felt real.
We're a mercenary. Yeah.
Don't worry. It'll start feeling very real very quick once the sword starts swinging.
You know, that might be the single worst attempt at motivational speaking I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean,
Not that I'm much
it was also made very clear that Dimitri's uncle wasn't doing a good job either, but
What happens to Fargus now?
now the people who are
I feel like things have been steadily improving.
wanting to side with, who wanted to side with his uncle are unhappy now. But the people who sided with Dimitri were unhappy then. Even if Dimitri has the best intentions of trying to make things steadily better, as he puts it, for everyone, you just can't make everyone happy. As sad as that is to say, just gotta do your best.
Saddled with some mysterious power we don't know anything about, and he still chose to put his faith
So we
in
were like an established commander. Man, it really hits hard though that Claude just kind of left us on our own for 2 years, when Edelgard and Dimitri did not.
Am I interrupting something?
No, of course not. Please, allow me to take my leave. Your Majesty, Commander.
So, you heard all that, huh?
More or less.
Oh.
I apologize for the interruption, but there's an urgent matter at hand.
Anything I can do
Interesting.
To help? There is. As you know,
This is one of those funny moments though, where it's like, if we actually failed the mission and that was allowed to happen, that ended the war right then, you know? If Edelgard's truthfully just wanting to depose Rhea and the other leaders of the Church of Saros, and we just accidentally, quote-unquote, didn't save them,
of course, I'll be leading my own regiment
you know?
into battle. But I was wondering if you'd be willing to accompany me.
Is that it? I'd be glad to. How are things looking at Garrick Mach while we're on the subject?
Grim. Neither the Knights of Seros nor the monastery ramparts are capable of holding off the
Alrighty,
Empire's
let's get
massive
going.
military might.
Ooh, is that his fancy lance? I wonder if he starts out with his special weapon. Because if I remember correctly, didn't Claude start out with Fail Not? I know Edelgard, we actually didn't start out with her special axe for whatever reason. We used a different one for quite some time. Hmm. Oh! I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think he was gonna be playable in this particular path. That genuinely does surprise me.
How tiresome.
That's neat. No, I just didn't expect it to be the case. Where is... Oh, that's awkward. Here we go.
I've been waiting for you.
Okay, so there's a battle there, and then maybe we have another chapter that is us bringing her back, from the looks of things. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, he's just explaining the exact same thing again. That's fine.
There you have it. I implore you. I've been waiting for you.
Okay, here we go.
How about this?
The rewards definitely feel like they're coming a little bit fewer and further between. Same thing as support conversations, though. It's not exactly as though I'm attempting to do literally everything, you know?
I implore you.
Like, we'll look at the ones we get and such, but,
How'd it go?
not super important to me. We do have the armor immediately. We don't have the supply center yet, so whatever ore we brought with us will be what we're stuck with for a bit. Ideally, I was going to... Can we not upgrade?
I carry a little of everything.
Oh, this is the armor, not the blacksmith. I'm an idiot. I was about to say, I was like, why can't I mess with Dimitri's stuff? So the nice thing here is we start out with these 8 points, so we can immediately start upgrading people's classes. We might as well raise our affinity with Dimitri. If we're going to use Dimitri, he'll probably hit max rank anyways. But that's one nice thing, is you can just get the, I don't even know who to pair with you, honestly. We can get these affinities down really, really fast. Since this is the last path, I've honestly considered just getting through the story, and then we'll kind of see if we even do the rest of the support conversations, because, like I've said in other paths, I can only sit down and watch all these paths for so long. It just hits a point where I'm, like, dying a little bit inside. There we go. I think that was everyone. Alrighty then, let's see. What classes can we acquire immediately? Oh, okay, maybe it's just... Yeah, it's just the 3 that we had before. I haven't really worried about reclassing Shez either. Not really high up on my priority list, if I'm being honest. Well, usually I just auto successive training until we're out of points. But in all honesty, we probably should make a point to get our class, especially early on as we go. So he's... I do believe he became a Great Knight or a Mounted Great Knight at the end. I usually just go with, like, their canonical class, too, if I'm being completely honest. Like here, he'll probably become Immortal Savant. We have to level everyone up to some extent, obviously because of paralogs, but... That's something for a later time. Ash's Art there. She's already there. Annette, it looks to be our mage. That makes sense, though. I think, well, I think both, like, the white mage and black mage kind of aspects tend to culminate in a Gremry no matter what, from what I've seen, but we'll see. She's already a Pegasus Knight. That's a little bit surprising me. I did not know if that would be that case early. We are going to be here for a while. I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm just gonna successive training all the way. I was thinking about going back and forth and upgrading everyone's classes we could. That's gonna take a while. I just don't want to waste the points here. We wasted a fair amount of like the activity points, to be fair, in our last run through. But I don't think it was that important.
How can I?
Let's see, oh no, we already did Felix, Ash, Sylvain, Cavalier. It does make sense that if there is one path that has a lot of like mounted knight units, it would be the, you know, the knights. Ooh, look at that. We wouldn't have advanced seals by now. But Rodrigue is already a paladin. There we go. And then speak with the Strauken. Real quick, I wanted to see what... Oh, I wanted to check and make sure we didn't have to rebuy. I really didn't think we would. But for the Renown Shop, if we have to rebuy anything... Because if we don't, that means we really can just go ham on Merc Whistles. Yeah, see, we don't have to get the characters again. Nice. We can get these equipments, but... These signs are really only for giving the crest that we can use specific weapons, which I really haven't worried about. I feel like it's not necessary. It's neat and all, but it's not necessary. We have 20 Vanguard Whistles. I'm just going to dump all my current points into Vanguard Whistles. Because we are literally going to skip every non-required stage. And even if there's good S-rank rewards, I might just go back for them later on my own time. Just to save ourselves some time, because these paths have taken a long time. Alright.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Okay, okay.
We've determined the Archbishop's course, Your Majesty. She makes for the Valley of Torment.
Then she's fleeing north.
That's the Imperial channel. I don't remember seeing that design on the Empire Path.
A passage to Daphnal territory within the Alliance. And I surmise you are correct. She surely makes for the kingdom.
If Fargus has chosen to side with the Central Church, it stands to reason they'll mobilize their forces to escort the Archbishop.
Rigid Hunters, huh?
If they do rendezvous with
I wonder, again, I have no idea, I really haven't looked it up, what characters we recruit from other paths. But meeting her this early makes me wonder if we get Petra.
That we don't. Your Majesty. I will need a squadron well equipped for
I'm hoping we get Lysithea. My other big guess, aside from like the Ashen Wolves, of course, would be, I'd imagine we're probably going to get Dorothea.
During the suppression of Garreg Mach, a smaller unit would be preferable for this undertaking.
Petra's unit. Very well. Take anyone you think could prove useful to your efforts. If we can capture the Archbishop, the tides of this war will turn drastically
Survey
in our
every
favor.
spot. Oh, right.
Agreed, Your Majesty.
I guess it's still technically to the point where you'd have tutorials. I really wish that... Oh my gosh. I really wish that one thing these games were better about is if you were New Game Plus, you don't really need to run through the tutorials again. Sure, there's slightly new conversations, like here it's Rodrigue explaining this, but, you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, like here, I don't know if we're going to use every single Chore Master point every single time. It's free affinity points and morale, but, and I've mentioned this last path, at this point we can just do everything with Shez, so we don't really need the stat gain for morale. And support conversations will come with time. You don't gotta be rude. You're gonna cook. I'm not inviting you, Felix. Don't be like that.
You have my gratitude.
Back when you were a mercenary, you might have had a decent ability to cook for yourself. To do it in that, huh? Sure. It's so nice having all these facilities maxed out immediately, though. Not having to worry about spending smithing stones on the mats and such, like, just helpful. See, they appreciated my cooking, Felix. Oh, well, apparently he came and ate anyways.
Wow,
that's fair.
This is so good.
Oh, they want us to give a gift? Oh, he's on the training grounds. Hi, Dimitri, you want a gift? I don't know what he'd like. We could just give him a owl feather, but I'm genuinely trying to remember studying government. Surely. Okay, that's not his favorite. Interesting. Eh. We're paired with him in the training grounds, though. We'll get Dimitri's affinity pretty fast. And they gate all the leaders' conversations. Like, I think literally every single one is gated behind a little bit of a story. So for now, we'll use these shore points, but like I said, I'm not super worried about it. There's a good chance we'll skip doing this on some of the chapters. Because again, I guess it gives us a little bit of renown as well. But I'm not worried about renown either. Wow, she just actively doesn't like doing this, huh? That's interesting. I wonder if that's the case in other paths. I just didn't notice it because obviously it shows you the affinity for it first, and then it shows the neutrals. And so you get so many characters so fast that you probably won't see those who dislike the task. Just funny.
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
What do you expect?
These two, I suppose. Just because we know the last task is actively suited towards Mercedes. I don't remember if we maxed out her affinity actually before. It's kind of weird not even having enough characters. We had this last path too, because obviously you're only going to have like 1 or 2 points at the start here normally. It's kind of funny just having extra points that you can't even spend. Unless we could go on an expedition this early, but I'm not going to go on an expedition this early.
We all must do our fair share.
Oh. Oh, back to the camp.
Are you headed to?
I had to do. Is this the... Okay. I physically can't. So.
This way. Hello. Please.
Yeah, see, we got like a training point back there. I'm not worried about it. Let's just go. I really doubt that we'll need all of the... The only stage that I think we really need the extra strategies for is... We're probably going to have to clear every... And by clear, I mean use Merc Whistles on every single stage in Chapter 10. Because I'm assuming that's when we get Violet, because that's what it was the other 2 paths. Because last time we were missing the specific strategy we needed. And we didn't have enough points. And you usually have to recruit Yuri on that same chapter from what I've seen. Straight to Rhea.
The scouts have returned, Your Majesty. They've located the Archbishop.
Excellent. We'll ride to them at once.
That's wholesome.
Now everything is going according to plan.
We're ready to ride when you are, Dimitri. Just give the word and we'll move out. Gotta say, it's gonna feel great to fight alongside all these familiar faces again.
You're right. I always feel much stronger when my friends are around.
Our time together at the academy might have been
I
short,
forgot
but it still
to
puts my mind at ease to be
level
reunited
characters.
with everyone.
It's fine.
I could hardly believe His Majesty reached out to me of all people. But I'm really glad he did.
Yeah, you'd imagine they're dealing with unrest and everything, generally speaking, during this time. But this is the Empire. These are the people who are starting the war.
Still a bundle of nerves.
This will be a lot different from the fighting that's been going on the past 2 years. We'll need to really have each other's backs out there.
The point of no return is finally upon us, Your Majesty.
Mm-hmm.
I trust you've
Let's
made
go.
your peace.
I have. The blood spilled today will be a worthy sacrifice if it means keeping the
Okay, so we get Happy and Petra immediately.
cause. We have no reason
Like,
to
see, we didn't do that last stage, so we don't have the strategy. Genuinely, though, I don't think the Persuade units has ever been gated behind doing specific missions on the map, aside from the one that we needed a specific strategy for Byleth, and that's still, that's obviously a very different exception. Oh, we're fighting on the lava stage already. That's interesting. Well, regardless, we'll still probably just use the 4 units. These 2 are leveled already, these 2. I am planning on leveling, you know, everyone to at least, like, I've been doing 35, but we'll see how many resources it takes to kind of get everyone adequately prepared. Because it may very well take a lot more. Yep.
There you are, Lady Rhea.
Edelgard is on the warpath. We gotta save her. Let's, Mercedes, sure. I don't remember if she has a heal talent with her, but that would be convenient. I wonder if we're gonna have another stage where someone's poisoned at some point. In Golden Wildfire, it was Dorothy, was it Dorothy? I thought it was someone else in Scarlet Blaze, but it was on, like, the same stage. And I remember because we accidentally let Dorothea die right outside the gate where she was supposed to go the first time because we weren't paying enough attention. We had to do the stage again. I'm interested to see how hard it is to get Byleth first time on this path, because you have to consider but you have to consider we did it first try, luckily, on our Golden Wildfire path, but it took us, we failed twice. In fact, I think it was the only stage that we failed what we were trying to do twice. And it was really awkward. I'll tell you that much. Because we had to, like... It was weird. We had to defeat Rodrigue on that particular stage without actually confronting Byleth. But we were so strong at that point as Shez that we could just one-shot Byleth. And because I'm an idiot, I did that twice. And then realized, oh, when we got the cutscene with Geralt keeling over, was awkward. Yeah, let's use Dimitri for a bit here. He's obviously not as strong as anyone else, but that's because Shez is 72 and the other two are level 40. But I don't mind his moveset. He jumps around a little bit, which is interesting. It looks like he does actually have... If that's not his signature spear... You know, no, I think it's... I'm trying to remember. Because when we control all three of the leaders in the world Arvel pulls us into, endgame... What does his charge do? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, he doesn't have a bad moveset. I just... It's interesting because I really favored the Wyvern Knights in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. And then... It just depends, though. Because I don't like the Wyvern Riders in this game. Like, I didn't enjoy Hilda's moveset once she became one in this game a whole lot. And... Just makes me wonder. Are they fighting someone? Oh, they were fighting Happy. Oops. I just kind of assumed they would have taken care of that faster. What's really interesting to me is it doesn't seem as though we recruit Constance on the same stage as Happy, which was the case in both of the other two paths. And so I was actually just expecting it to be the case here. I'm gonna run out and clear out some esports. Is it this stronghold? Because I'm just gonna tear through it real quick then.
And I guess you did beat equal and square.
Oh.
All right, lead away.
This is also the stage where we betrayed, what's his name? Randolph, I think his name was. When we were on the Alliance path. That was pretty awkward. It was the catalyst for us eventually getting Byleth and Geralt in this path because they were hired by his sister to come kill us. But yeah, it was actually pretty messed up of Claude. Let's sign an armistice with the Empire. But then when we have to fight like Catherine and actually dangerous enemies, we're going to watch them die and use them as bait. And we're not going to feel bad about it. In fact, it was one of those, like, he only seemed like he was not going to do it again after everyone else got mad at him. Which is pretty crazy.
We should be able to move forward.
I want to see what Ash is. I don't think we've used his A before. Okay, so he has wind-based powers. Interesting. How many enemies we at? Okay, we only need like another 90 enemies. It's really hard to tell. One thing I've noticed, especially in the early game, but the stronger your units that you're not actively controlling are, the more inaccurate your KO count is, because ours says we're around like 600 to 700, when the reality is we're around 1100, because it counts the units I think that everyone else fights. Don't worry, Seth, you're actually on our side this time. So is Catherine. I wonder if they're both playable here.
So I find myself cornered.
Trying to decide who I want to give the Merc Whistle to this time. Not the like the one that you use to skip stages, but the one you get for the actual skill. Because all you get is a little voice line at the end and the ability to use their ZR skill. So far we've given it to Lysithea and Shamir. Eventually I'd like to give one to Dorothea. Obviously the 3 leaders. I mean, I'm not going to do it on stream. I'm just sharing my thoughts on that, but I wanted to give one to my 4 favorite characters, which is now just Dorothea and Catherine, since we've done the other 2. And then, aside from that, it was, sorry, I'm just having a complete brain lag right now, honestly. It's awkward. Oh, I wanted to give one to female Byleth, or male Byleth, I guess, just Byleth in general, just because I'm curious to see what the reaction would be. The thing is, if we do get to play Catherine in this path, it does seem like the Kingdom's the only route that you can. So I might do Catherine this time. And then, you know, Byleth, Dorothea, the 3 leaders, if I ever play this game again on my own time, which I might. I just don't know if I'd continue to stream it, because it seems like a bit of a moot point. We need to send someone directly over to help Sedith. I kind of assumed someone would be doing that. And then they just didn't. So that's kind of awkward. I could just activate the controller and head that way. Oh, the top path is blocked off. What's nice about the lava, too, is it deals flat damage, not a percentage. If it dealt percentage, it would be a much bigger issue. Oh, hey, Zeros should be on our side, too. I never really understood the point of his character, though. Aside from the whole, like, it's just another devotee to Rhea. Not a bad thing, again, it fills out the cast, but it was just one of those characters that to me felt so just, like, tossed in without anything. Yeah, we'll send someone else. That it just never... It's never really appealed to me. To be fair, in the endgame of the other 2 paths, she absolutely let him die for the sake of her own. So... there is that. Oh, Sedith was winning on his own.
His life for the sake of my own. Please.
He didn't need help. Surely perish. He'd already defeated like everyone, and it was just the stronghold captain who he is whooping on. Pretty funny. Oh, wow. I don't recall if Dimitri ever had like lightning-based powers in 3 houses, but it kind of makes sense, I think, to give an element to each of the 3. Are you thinking of hold that? Not that one though.
Lady Rhea will soon be clear of the valley thanks to you.
I'm so glad. Thank you.
Oh, do we have to get rid of the boulders? Sedith can fly. Okay? Catherine's one thing, you know, she's an armored knight. Sedith can fly, alright? Like...
have to help Sedith and Catherine escape.
Oh my gosh.
Can't we block the lava flow with rocks or something? I'm not saying it'll be easy, but it might be the best shot we've got.
Alright, let's head that way. Is there an enemy pad? Yeah, I might as well help them take care of that too. Alright, who's closest? It looks like all 3 of them are actually right about here. You'd think Rhea would continue to move as well. I don't think there's anyone, yeah. I'm sure she's maybe just waiting for her comrades, but still. You would think that she would just, you know, leave. I also just realized somewhere along the way we got the key for this chest, so we don't even need Ash. I've literally just ignored most of the chests, though I haven't been worried about it. Like, most of the time it's either like an accessory, a bullion, or like sometimes a stat gaining item. It's not unhelpful. It's just at this point in the game, not something that I'm like, I'm gonna go out of my way to get, you know? Ah, you have to do it on the other side. That is incredibly awkward. How are we looking on time? Nah, we're fine. Time hasn't really been a huge issue in any of these stages. Literally, when we failed it, I think across all 3 paths now, we failed once because of time, because we were messing around. In terms of getting Nest rank, not losing the stage. And we failed a handful of times because we didn't kill enough enemies. And I don't think we've ever failed because of damage. It also makes you wonder too, it says we blocked the lava flow, but there's still lava right here. It's not like it, where did it drain out? Well, hopefully... It looks like they'll escape on their own.
Hold fast, everyone. Our escape is only a short
Reyes
ways
finally
off.
moving in. Come on, guys, let's go. Hopefully they don't get blocked again. That would be a little annoying. Oh, I forgot that we were... Yeah, we have Petra on the stage. It's interesting that they say capture, not kill, though. Kind of goes back to the whole... Wait, why is she all the way up there? I assume she was blocking us right here. I still don't know what happens if you were to kill them before the strategy goes through. Because obviously we could just one-shot. Can you hold that arrow? Oh, you can. That did not do that much damage. But I've always wondered, if you just run in and one-shot him, what happens? You just not recruit him, even if you have the persuade strategy, or does it let you do it afterwards? I think we've come close to testing it, but I don't know if we've ever actually fully done it, you know? I wonder if at this point she is the Queen of Bridget, because she was the Queen of Bridget fairly early on in the other paths. Sorry you have to change side, Petra, but I'd much rather everyone live than, you know, die. Especially when we could have saved him. There's Rhea, there's Sedith, and there's Catherine. That do it?
My apologies for the trouble.
It's a powerful looking arrow that travels like 10 feet.
I
can scarcely believe we arrived here whole and sound. You have my deepest gratitude.
Oh, that does make sense.
Thanks for the help. I never would have made it out of there without you.
Alright, Hubert. Where's Shez? We're just gonna body him real quick. It's so not fair that Shez keeps their levels. They're like, don't worry, I got this. We show up and swat him once. Because we're like 6 or 7 times his level. I think this was what, like a level 9 stage? It's like 8 times his level. Yeah, a little bit more. Wait.
Fine. You may have your victory today. How will I face your majesty after this?
Alright, here we go. Here we go.
Wish this.
You know, speaking of these repairable weapons, I'm still sure Gravitas is in this game, and we haven't gotten one. We have Mercurius, we have Parthia, we have Hot Claire. Some of those legendary weapons from Marth's storyline. So I'd have to imagine you can get Gravitas, but we still haven't seen it, which is interesting.
Lady Rhea, Sedith, I'm relieved you both made it out unharmed. It appears we arrived just in time.
You have our utmost thanks for aiding in our retreat, Your Majesty. I can only apologize for the trouble we may have caused your outfit.
King Dimitri, I can.
Oh, I think we see this specific conversation a bit in other paths. I remember that would have branded me a heathen line.
Your order provided me with immeasurable aid during my ascension to the throne.
Oh, do we actually?
Citizens would have branded me a heathen had I not returned the favor.
And now it seems we are the ones who owe a debt. The church.
Yeah, we've seen this conversation before.
If you see it prudent, I have no objection to placing.
It's sad though. He's like doing his very best just to do the right thing.
While it pains me to qualify our hospitality, this kingdom is not a wealthy one, neither in goods nor provisions.
I mean, Dimitri even mentions that the change didn't need to come through war, that it could have come over time, but the thing is, you still would have needed something very, very direct, I think, to ever force the Church of Saros out, and to change the current system of nobles. Like, it's just one of those, it's nice to think too, but then that takes more than a lifetime too, you know, for an entire nation to change the way it's been for generations. What if Dimitri's children, or the children of Claude, you know, and of Edelgard, and the next generation of leaders to the Church of Saros, if there is one, you know, obviously, aside from Rhea, who lives for forever, apparently. It just really makes you think, how, you know, you wouldn't be able to do that in your own lifetime. Not that, you know, Edelgard starting a war was a good idea. There's that. You don't have to say die trying, Arvel. And then when we get to it, I want to recruit Byleth every time, and you're like, no, let's murder Byleth. Right now.
Yeah, good point.
And then you can give them their just desserts or die trying.
Could have done without that last part. Thanks.
Relax, relax. You know I'm on your side. Our destinies are...
Didn't the Empire out say something like he did a great purge, though? So, a little bit scary.
Viscount Mateus or Viscount Gideon have taken her in. All the same, we can't exactly go around unseating every vassal we suspect of being disloyal.
Okay.
Right. This is no simple matter, but at least we have a firmer grasp on the situation now than we did 2 years ago. Dedu, send word to House Perderi. We'll need soldiers on their land if we hope to keep the enemy at bay.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Viscount Mateus' son is here with us, while Viscount Gideon's daughter is off serving as a knight in Galatia.
Okay.
Under the present
Sad that he even has to, you know, think of that as an option.
on domestic matters. It seems we'll have to resort to any means necessary, in which case, I will bear the weight of the kingdom's sins. If slaughtering 100 foes means bringing salvation to 1,000 of our own, I will do it.
As you wish, Your Majesty. And if I may.
Oh my gosh. It's so toxic, Felix.
How far our proud king has fallen. You sounded utterly vicious just now.
What do you want, Felix?
Oh, not much. I just thought catching a glimpse
I think,
of you
yeah, Felix very much tries to
put a
be...
smile on mine. I knew that playing the part of a cool-headed
I don't want to say antagonistic, but like the blunt source of reason that's like, snap out of it, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Take care of yourself, Dimitri, do the right thing, you're the leader, you need to. So
This is who I am.
there's that.
I've never been anything more than a bloody demon on the path.
What's sad is Dimitri's arguably the one who's just trying to do the right thing. Defend the people being attacked. Stop the war. Even if he says he's like a bloody demon on the path of revenge. You know? Whereas Claude's, again, scheming. Though you could argue Claude's in the same position. And Edelgard's trying to do the right thing for the whole nation. And he's still just so indecisive. Like, from an outward perspective, again, even if you argue that Edelgard's decision to get rid of the current system of nobility, to get rid of, like, that class divide, as well as the kind of strong iron grip the Church of Saros and Araya have over the entire nation, it's still just like,
And here I thought you were finally starting to pull
I don't know.
yourself together.
But at the same time, being neutral isn't always the option, so it's difficult to say what the correct thing to do would be.
As king and as general, I've killed countless more.
Hmm.
I looked on as nearly everyone I held dear perished. I am the one who must take responsibility for their deaths. So rest easy, Felix. The weight of my atonement will not fall on your shoulders.
No point in trying to reason with a boar. Enough of that, though.
Especially in
The city
wartime.
seems especially spirited today. Is something going on?
Really, really sad, but middle of wartime, you've got to imagine keeping morale up is surprisingly important. People always, you know, just about, oh, morale and what it does in battle, all that stuff. Which is funny, honestly. I love those types of skits, but it's still important. Oh, okay. Yep, so we've already immediately, Count Gloucester's been taken. It's interesting to see that, even with us not there, though, it seems that House Gloucester does still do the pincer movement. Because last time as the Empire, we had to go rescue them, and then obviously we were the ones who orchestrated it in Golden Wildfire.
Doubtless an agonizing decision on my father's part.
House Ordelia to the east of the bridge has also vowed not to
Yeah.
take up arms.
This is the same conversation as we've seen a couple times.
Little in the way of arms in the first place. You have my deepest apologies.
Hmm.
You don't have to apologize, Lysithea. Count Ordelia did
Interesting.
what anyone
I wonder if Claude still makes peace with the Empire because they're clearly being invaded, and then we have to fend them both off.
That's not all. After the battle, the Imperial army crossed Gloucester territory and attacked Garreg Mach. Rhea and the rest of the Central Church have apparently fled to the kingdom for sanctuary.
Then I suppose none of us will be able to visit our old school
Yeah.
anytime soon.
I hope no one from the church was
Honestly, though, the whole pincer movement from Claude was really smart in my opinion, but it just had so much opportunity to backfire. Because I think I mentioned it, but you can pincer, you know, whatever force is invaded, whether it be, you know, Bernadetta and Ferdinand, as it was when we were actually controlling the Alliance, or Kaspar's father, kind of like how it was in the Empire. But then there's the danger, you know, the exact same thing. If the rest of the Empire comes to back him up, you've then got a situation where it's main Empire force, pincer force with House Gloucester, invading Empire force, capital, you know, with the rest of the Alliance. You've got a double pincer going on where either of the middle groups could be overwhelmed.
We'll just have to work with what we've got. And let's not
And we kind of got to see with the Alliance and Empire routes how that would play out. We had to go rescue, you know, Kaspar's father in one case, whereas in the other, you know, obviously, that's where Ladislava died. Ferdinand ran away and recruited Bernadetta.
And besides, I'm not sure how much we can really trust them. I still have no idea what's going on in Dimitri's head.
I love how he has to say it's unfounded confidence too. He's like, yeah, no, it's stupid, but it's good to hear.
Every last thing you've got.
You can always count on me and my muscles.
Thanks, Raphael. That unfounded confidence of yours is like music to my ears.
Yeah. Wonder if they're still gonna try and stop us though. I thought we were gonna have another chapter where we potentially have to save him, or at least escort him again. But it's fine.
If Hubert himself couldn't succeed in the task, there's little chance anyone else could.
There is more as well.
I don't remember where geographically Bridget is. Because if Bridget is close to the kingdom border, that actually could be a danger. If Bridget is in the middle of the Empire on the other side, you know, you really got to worry about that.
Yes, It's likely she won't be coming back, and our stance towards Bridget will require some reconsideration.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now then, we mustn't dwell on what's done. Our only choice is to look to the future. It seems an all-out war with the kingdom is nigh unavoidable at this point. Thankfully, I expect Count Rowe to join our cause. Having a hold on Aryan Road will surely prove advantageous as the war creeps on. So we stick to the plan.
No.
Through Count Rowe, we should be able to ingratiate ourselves to
Well,
the other lords of the Western Kingdom.
yeah, I was gonna say they were just talking about, yeah, surely Count Rowe would join us, and there you have it. Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't this where she says that he was trying to be overeager? He's going his own. Wasn't this also a guy who specifically just hated Rhea? Okay. We did fight this battle before, though, where we kind of had to go either rescue the guy who's attacking, or in this case, stop him.
To the area at once. Any lords willing to sever ties with the kingdom are too valuable for us to risk losing.
Azure Gleam. Skirmish in the fog. The Holy Kingdom of Fargus grants
It's interesting too, it makes sense, but that the capital in each of these lanes is far away from the border with the other nations.
provoking the Adrestian Empire to declare war on Fargus.
It's one of those things that's got to be so hard on Ash, because you think up until this point, Lord Lonato seems like such a cool guy. He's Ash's adopted father, he seems to have taught him well, to always do the right thing, and then he does this. You know?
As I'm sure you have all heard by now, House Rowe in the south has declared its fealty to the Empire. What's more, Lord
That's
Lonato
interesting.
of Castle Gaspar has set out with the express intention of tracking down and murdering the Archbishop.
I had hoped we could reconcile the matter by using neighboring lords as intermediaries. But it seems Lord Lonato couldn't look past our willingness to shelter the church, and has taken the matter into his own hands.
Okay.
I can't believe this.
Ash, I won't stop you if you wish to return to Castle Gaspar, even now.
I appreciate the offer, truly. But I am
Seems to be a very recurring case though with the nobles.
place is here.
So, what are House
Then again, you
Rowe
also have
and
nobles like
soldiers up to?
Lawrence, who's like, no, we can't allow the commoners to fight at all, or other people to do our work for us. It's a noble's duty to fight for them.
He likely lacks the
But I suppose
Lord Lonato, on the other hand, has set off from
people like that are also inevitable.
and launched an attack on Geraint land.
Yeah, probably.
Meanwhile, a vanguard from the Imperial Army has breached Kingdom territory. It seems they're aiming to rendezvous with Lonato and join the assault.
It's almost like they've been prepping for war for 2 years.
Doesn't that mean a
Pretty
large
crazy,
force
huh?
is going to come after them? We'll never stand a chance if they manage to meet up and form one massive army.
House Galatea is sending reinforcements to fend them off, but our enemy deployed alarmingly fast. I only hope the House Geraint soldiers can repel Lord Lonato and his men long enough.
In any case, we can't just sit here on our hands.
Mhm.
They need help, and fast. Let's ride.
That's the thing that Fire Emblem games never seem to take into account, though. Chrom was like this, all 3 of these leaders are like this. You know, like, all it takes is a stray arrow or spell, you know? Obviously, they have plot armor. It's not gonna happen. But if this was actually like a real life thing going on, it's just like, well, Dimitri, Edelgard, and Claude, none of them wear a helmet. They got hit by a stray arrow. Crud. You know?
Finally, we'll seize control of Aryan Road and the entire Western Front along with it.
I'm so surprised that Rodrigue was a playable character. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't sure who was going to be joining us from the Knights, but it's just like we didn't get Judith in the Alliance. You know, it's just stuff like that. We didn't get other people that were like local. established almost heroes, you know, nobles. And then it was like, by the way, you get Rodrigue. Here, have fun.
No matter what, we need to hurry. We'll be done for if we don't drive them off soon.
Agreed. And my apologies. We always seem to deploy with such haste lately.
Oh.
It's nothing. It's not like it's your fault or anything. Sure.
Oh, hey.
We're your subjects now.
Are they playable in this path? Again, the Knights of Saros really only make sense to be playable in this path, but I also didn't expect Seteth and Flame to be playable. That really makes me worry that we don't get as many characters from the other houses. But again, in Gold Modifier we got 1 Knight, and in Scarlet Blaze we got 2. Really makes you wonder, you know, are they just going to fill out the kingdom with an almost unique cast? In which case, we really don't benefit from all the levels that we put in the other characters, you know?
You can ask him yourself if the opportunity arises.
There's Seteth, there's Flame. The Gatekeeper, what? I wasn't expecting that. This guy, he's making his way up in the world. He was the he was the purpose of such a meme for such a long time that they were like, fine, we're doing it. Oh, we can do expeditions. So we couldn't have done it earlier. That's what I thought. Alright, did we get the... I think that's the rest of our facilities. Record Keeper. I mean, that's just replaying old stages. I did do a lot of these stages back again, though, on Scarlet Blaze off stream, and that's probably what I'll do here. Just so it lets us farm gold and such, too. Good that this is here. Do we not have the Tactics Academy yet?
Continue gathering records of your battles.
Really? Okay. That's actually a little bit surprised me. Battalion. I literally have not worried about battalions like the entire time. I know I probably should. They're helpful. But I don't feel like anything in normal mode is difficult, especially in New Game Plus, enough that I'm like, I have to have a battalion. This is what's going to make the difference. If anything, I've worried more about the weapons, you know? I don't remember what his original, like... That says it's attuned to the crest of Belathid, so... I'm just gonna assume that's the correct one.
Hey there. Need something?
But even with this much money, it seems like we're using quite a bit. Aegis Shield, huh? Aegis Shield just gives him... I'm not too worried about that. Felix will be fine. We haven't even been using him.
Is this it?
Ooh, had to sneeze. Anyway, if nothing else, we should probably level up
Is this it?
Dimitri's weapon a fair bit. Because, like I was saying, I mean, if we're going to use anyone, we're going to use our Lord. For a given playthrough. We did not use... Oh, we can make another Mercurius. Why not? Could be helpful. Alright,
Is this it?
I don't know how many times we should reforge this. I don't want to spend all my gold on Dimitri. Just right now, because again, we're going to need everybody strong to at least a certain point, at least for paralogs and such. Makes life a lot easier.
Is this it?
Ah, okay. We need more Umbral Steel.
Is this it?
Good thing we have an insane supply of smithing stones, and if we didn't, we could just trade in all of our building materials. Pretty crazy. Umbral Steel, here we go. 85, that'll work now. That's one thing that's so nice, is on the first playthrough, you're basically trying to trade in materials to get your supplies. Whereas now, I can literally just use them willy-nilly.
Supplies are the lifeblood of the army.
Durability is nice, though. Just being able to spam out your weapon skills is so much fun. But he already has a 330 weapon, might weapon, which is not supposed to be the case here. You know? Pretty funny. Let's just stick in... Where'd they go? Seteth and Flame. I'm sure they have support conversations with each other.
See you around.
Then we've got... Gatekeeper. I have no idea if Gatekeeper is going to have conversations with anyone. And there's no reason not to stick Petra in here. Although that is, yeah, okay. We didn't get Catherine there, which, that's fine. Can I not just leave her in there? Okay, well, I thought we could leave her in there. I guess that makes sense too, but just for when we have another unit to put with her, you know? But just use all her points. It is hysterical to me that they put the Gatekeeper in this game, though. That's so funny. I get why it stops you before just going to 0 points. But honestly, if you're not min-maxing, which you might have to do in like a new game hard mode, but for now I just want to go straight through, you know? Dimitri can already become a paladin. I don't necessarily want to make him a mounted unit, but it looks like his special class maybe goes back to not being a mounted unit, which is interesting. Like I was saying, I mean, it's nice to be able to move around fast as a mounted unit, but it's just annoying to me. I don't know why, it just feels kind of clunky. It's King's Boy. Oh, okay. No. That's fine. Nice having all these advanced seals. Advanced seals were the one thing we ran out of last time, so it might be a concern here, especially when you consider that most of these units we didn't have before. But that's an issue for another time. Ash is already, yep, so then... Paladin. It's weird, like, because whether you go Holy Knight or, like, what I think was Dark Knight, for a lot of these characters, it's hard to know what the correct option is, because then they kind of need magic, and none of these units have magic. Or at least very high magic. What do we just do? One Paladin. And then she goes back to... That's weird. So she goes to being a mounted, like a paladin on a horse. So she goes from being on foot to being on Pegasus' back, to being on horse, to being on another Pegasus. I'm sure some of the skills for riding and such would be similar, but still. Max level, max level. Seteth and Flame won't be, and neither will Gatekeeper. Oh, okay, well he's apparently already an intermediate class. Okay, so they join at intermediate class. I know we haven't had these two on other paths, so just interesting. There we go. Let's do some chores. Ingrid and Roderick are going to have a good relationship this run through because I feel like anyone who's in the same chore group does end up being, you know, pretty good terms.
Care to make yourself useful?
I wonder if the Gatekeeper has support conversations with anyone. And if so, what they could possibly be about, because I have no idea. Yeah. I forgot that you got renowned from doing this, so technically we should be doing these points every single time. I'm just probably not going to bother to do so. We should have enough Merc Whistles / Renown 4 Merc Whistles to get to the end of the game, and you get a huge chunk after doing each chapter. But for now, no reason not to, you know? It's just you also get a bunch of points as you go, which is actually a little bit annoying to deal with.
We all must do our care to make yourself useful.
It's interesting though, to do actively doesn't like taking care of the horses. Do I have a task that... Okay, I was gonna say. A task that one of them likes and the other one doesn't hate. Sometimes literally everyone though. And we still have a point. We could go on an expedition, but eh. The expeditions are basically just this game's version of the Tea Party from Three Houses. It's fun, but outside of raising support conversations, which was, in my opinion, a lot more important for Three Houses, not as much. Oh. Really? It's level 80?
Which battlefield are you headed to?
What? Do these levels go up as you, do more New Game Plus? What? Oh, dang it. I just remembered we didn't level our units. Sorry. One more thing. Why does the Gatekeeper have a level 80 mission? What a madman. Like, our Shez has existed for... This is her 3rd path, and she's not even level 80. That's insane.
Make sure you're ready.
Let's go 45 on Dimitri. Immediately he's, you know, top of the line. We'll go maybe 20 on the others. I'm really glad I brought over a lot of gold, though, because seriously, a lot of these characters we just didn't have access to before. So, for their paralogs, which, again, I don't know if the levels for paralogs and such scale with New Game Plus, because if you were to do certain paths over and over, and then switch to another one, you'd be in a really bad spot. But I've never seen a level 80 paralog before, so, you know. I also don't know what was the, like, does the Gatekeeper only join you on the Azure Gleam path? I'm genuinely confused about that. I know that they said some of the knights would be joining us, I just... The Gatekeeper was, like, present in the camp, I thought, on other paths. Which is why I was like, just odd. It even starts at level 1. What a legend. But we'll need to save some more gold for blacksmithing later and such, so... But that's the benefit to bringing over, like, 300k gold from another path, you know? Don't gotta worry about it. 37 Vanguard Whistle, we should be good then. Alright, here we go. Usually always a conversation right after that first clear, so...
Can't wait to see how you do.
Oh, I do recognize this guy.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Yeah. And that would have been much worse for us, too. It's Gwendol.
Curse that doddering old fool. Striking out on his own was idiotic to the utmost degree. Had he only been more patient, we could have all joined with the Imperial Army's main corps and mobilized as one cohesive
That's genuinely fair.
It seems the kingdom's offer of shelter to the Central Church incensed him to act. You know how deeply Lord Lenato's hatred for the church and their kind has festered. Ever since the day they brought a blade down on his son's neck.
But what of his adopted son? Wasn't he made a knight of the royal family? For a time he served the Grand Duke of Etha as well. I can't possibly fathom what the man is thinking.
I actually don't know if that was mentioned in other paths. That's one of those things, again, that I just didn't think about.
He possesses a burning hatred for both the church and the Archbishop at its head. Just as they
If only everybody took into account how everything affected me instead of paying attention to how they feel. Oh, I can't row.
If only he'd slowed down for a moment to consider how his ridiculous actions would affect me. I carried out my betrayal of the kingdom with the promise of imperial protection of our territory.
Does Dimitri really have a reputation for being like a brutal, ruthless leader by this point? It made sense, you know, post-time skip when he went insane, but... Interesting.
He will be quite angry. Yes. We should prepare ourselves for what's to come.
Jeez.
If Lord Lenato and his men fall, Aryan Road is sure to be met with a siege. In which case, we head it back to the kingdom. A peace offering, if you will. But if Lenato emerges victorious, we defect to the Empire as planned. Both sides covet the fortress. Whichever way the winds of war blow, we only need match them to stay afloat.
I mean, if you're flipping sides every other second, might be a little bit of shame in surrendering, you know? Maybe that's just me, though. I think these green ones we can't actually skip. Yeah. That's fine. See, like that one gives a stat gain item, so I might do that on my own time, but again, we don't really need it. Cooking supplies haven't really been a huge issue either, since it lasts throughout the chapter. Alright, let's go through. It's super nice just going through, like... Yeah, we wasted some training activity points, but it's fine.
So, what do you think?
Well, it's a big nation. It's not new for us, but yeah.
After the last 2 years with Dimitri, I thought we'd seen
I'm
every
not sure if
battlefield
this
there
is
is to
due to
see
a
in
mage this
Fairness.
time, or if it's just kind of
Back
there.
your way, huh? This one's new.
A little foggy, don't you think? I might even hazard to call it a lot
Yeah,
foggy.
yeah, I'd say so too.
You've never fought in conditions like these, so you do well to keep what wits you have about you. If you're not careful in this fog, you could find yourself walking straight off a cliff. Horrible way to go, if you ask me.
Come on, you're not my mom. I can handle myself.
Wow. Look who
I always just try to answer what I'd say in real life, but that one I could see myself
If that's how you
saying
feel,
both.
maybe you don't even need my help anymore.
You know what? Yeah. Why don't you sit this one out?
We're a mercenary, Arvel. Literally, well, I guess, you know, technically we're employed by the kingdom now, but we're still very much a mercenary.
You die, I go
Yeah.
with you.
There's Dorothea.
Our fates are intertwined, so
Uh,
don't do anything too
I'll
reckless.
do that
You
then.
understand? Now come on, let's go.
Yeah, that makes sense though. I wonder I mean, the opera company probably isn't here. Just interesting, 1800 women's. But, I mean, to be fair, makes sense. You know, expected that. I know I've mentioned multiple times, but I really hope Lysithea is recruitable on every path. Even if they don't really address it, I've mentioned this before, but I just think that her support conversation is one of the sweetest in Three Houses. Us actively trying to, like, heal the issues she has with her health, with the, what those who slither in the dark did, and everything. In this one, they really played off the whole, like, don't call me a kid just because I'm a year younger than everyone else, which is good for comedic value, but not quite the same. Oh yeah, we immediately have the torches. I swear, switch characters when I'm doing that, and it's so annoying. Because you have to hold right in the D-pad and up or down to change. So if you barely nudge up or down as well, it does that. Yeah, that's pretty rough. I mean, they're rebelling. Like, even if you're blinded by hatred, even Lord Lonato in his current state has to be like, maybe I shouldn't have just run forward and attacked everyone by myself when we had resources that would have been here had we just hung tight, you know? Just, I guess it goes to show the whole scope of how much he hates him, I suppose. Which, again, if they killed his son, I get it, but it's just, is it worth throwing away this many lives when you could arguably put up a really good stand? Oh, that's horrifying. I was wondering when we'd see you. Well, now I have a 330 might weapon on Dimitri, and he's level 45, so
Time to get to work.
we need the Tactics Academy to really help buff him up too, but I don't know when we get that. Who is that? Oh, yeah. Never.
Didn't think I'd get another shot at the Ashen Demon this soon.
Actually, have we seen him before? I feel like I would have recognized that scar. Sylvain's brother, huh?
Looks like I'm late. Guess I'll get working on my orders.
She gonna go down? I don't think she's taking damage anymore. Guess we'll leave her for now. Never mind, we can't get into the gate. Oh. There we go.
Someone must be giving these mercenaries their orders. We are going to find them. Nikolai can handle things on his own.
Oh, does Shez actually have to be the one to, take him down?
I didn't expect they'd have reinforcements, but it doesn't change much. We know what we have to do. Now all that's left
Oh,
is to
never mind. Yeah, we were just wailing on her at 1 health for a long time. It's awkward.
Handle the Ashen Demon for you?
Enough of this foolishness.
What's crazy too is like, at this point, they're called the Ashen Demon. When they first killed our mercenary group, they were called the Ashen Demon. That means that Byleth was pretty well known. Which is interesting though, because genuinely in their original, despite having fought with Geralt clearly for some time, in Three Houses didn't really feel like anyone knew who Byleth was. I get that in that one they put more emphasis on the fact that Geralt was really wary of Rhea, which again makes me wonder if they interact in this path since we're sheltering Rhea, but just interesting. And there was a surprising lack of communication between Byleth and Rhea, given how obsessed Rhea is with Sothis, and the fact that she very clearly had influence between, you know, behind Sothis being within Byleth. That is one thing that I did find very surprising. This game didn't touch on very much. Luis. Jeez.
I may be new to Gerald's bed, but my only hope is that I don't get you all
Still don't know though, if plot starts with Failnaught, and this is actually the weapon, Dimitri's signature weapon, since it starts with the it's the weapon with the crest of Blazed. Why did Edelgard not get her axe for a while? I know Byleth's Sword of the Creator obviously wasn't for a while, but that's because it was a New Game Plus weapon from the Renown store. This really makes you wonder. Hi, Elise. Right, bye, Elise. I'll see you later. We gotta find a Gerald now. I'm going the other way. But that tell us just straight out that Gerald is in that upper one? Huh. I thought there were still 2 more to search.
Incredible, Your Majesty.
These torches though that let us quote-unquote see through the fog don't let us see very far through the fog, honestly. It's better than nothing, but it's kind of funny that it's like, yeah, no, you can see like 5 feet. Gerald Eisman. I do wonder though, did we recruit Gerald off of the Gerald and Byleth off of the Alliance or the Empire this time?
It was only a matter of time till they found us. Let's give them a nice, warm welcome.
Well,
These are no ordinary mercs.
Guess the years are starting.
We did accidentally kill him twice last time. I really am wondering how hard it's going to be to recruit Byleth and Gerald. Can we do it first try? Do we have to take another try? So we'll have to look it up. I want to go into it blind just because it's kind of unique. In Golden Wildfire, we did it first try, but all you really had to do was... And to be fair, in Golden Wildfire, we were clearing every single stage, so we didn't have the issue of not having it the first time like we did in Scarlet Blaze. But in Golden Wildfire, is really just once we had the strategies, we had to not engage Byleth, because Arvel was telling us to kill Byleth, and Claude was telling us, let's just bait her back in, and then we trapped her in like a little ravine, dealt with everyone else. Whereas in Scarlet Blaze, we had to like take a specific strategy, which maybe we did on, again, I just don't remember which one it was. But we had to have a specific strategy. We had to not kill the noble, instead we had to like take every single fort around him. And then we had to not engage Byleth and kill Roderick before Byleth got back to Roderick. And if you didn't, or like you engage Byleth first, then Geralt would show up after you beat Roderick, and that's when we'd kill Geralt, and realize we messed up. But the first time we failed that, it was because we didn't have the right strategy. The second time, it was because I just was like, I'm gonna fight Byleth like a moron. It was pretty stupid. So I mean, if anything, makes me wonder if this will be the one in the middle, where I fail once and then, you know, do it right the second time. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, just the fog dissipating? That's nice.
The fog is lifting! We did it!
There is no honor in being rewarded for such slaughter.
It's all good there. Okay.
I prefer to rejoice thinking of those I've managed to protect.
Oh, it's right up there.
Maybe there's a method to your madness after all.
The time for subterfuge has passed. We shall meet.
I mean, if there's like, I don't know what level this mission is, but it's definitely like pre, I don't know, I'd assume like 15. And he's just riding up here level 45 with like a weapon like 4 or 5 times stronger as you're supposed to be, because I don't think you can usually awaken a weapon by this point. Hi, Dorothy. Oh. Let's go. Alright, let's back off and wait for the... I just need the strategy to pop up. Just in case.
We can't exactly leave our new friend to die, can we?
There we go. Alright.
Renato is but one step away.
It's funny that he mentions that now. That he's already gone ahead and, you know, picked the fight instead of waiting for his reinforcements. It's interesting too that when we're in this particular advanced class, we don't have the little spear charge. If you look underneath the A bar for Dimitri, he does have, well, since she has to deal with that messenger, he does have the 2 bars now instead of the double spears. I'd imagine it goes back once he gets to his signature class, but that might take a while.
My turn. Is this the end? No.
Interesting though, the other 2 times it felt like, well, we started with her in the Empire, and then we recruited her pretty late into Golden Wildfire with the Opera Troop. Whereas here, this is where we got her. Oh, everyone went back here, oops. I've gotten a little bit lax with micromanaging all of our units, to be completely honest.
Then I shall rebuke him to my final breath. Fling open the gates.
Hi, Lenato. Lenato Gildas Gaspard.
Lenato, it's time to
You sure have. Bye, Lenato. Does he die? Oh, he dies.
Many bridges to turn back now. And not a moment too soon.
That's a little bit sad. You can also apologize to the son that you just made fight you, you know? 'Cause that is, not a good thing. That is a cool looking spear, though.
Forgive your fool.
I like how all the signature weapons for the leaders seem to have, like, this bright red. Well, actually, most of the crest weapons, I think, have, like, that bright red flamey design. It reminds me of some of the Diablo weapons. Been playing Diablo 3 on my own time with some friends recently. It's pretty fun.
The battle is over. A fine effort, everyone. Especially considering the conditions.
Guess
That's
we did
fair.
our job at least.
Well, well, doesn't someone sound disappointed? And what's with that look?
I don't know. We completed our mission and all, but it still feels like we lost somehow.
Don't be too hard on
We
yourself.
stopped Lenato, and we put Geralt and his mercenaries to rout.
We did the job that we are here to do.
Not before they dragged us
That's
through
what's
one of
important.
the toughest fights we've experienced. And most of all, I failed to take down the Ashen Demon. If that's not a loss, I don't know what is.
Wrong. You were hired to do a job, and you did it. And in the process, you've received a
Well, to be
valuable
fair, they didn't
reminder about
really
the unique
turn
danger
the tide of the
Ashen
battle
Demon
here, but
poses.
fair enough.
You're right. I can't believe one fighter could turn the tide of an entire battle like that.
Precisely. They're surely going to continue standing in our way, so do try to dig a little deeper the next time you square
Oh, did they
off.
just straight up disappear?
Yeah.
They just leave us on the battlefield?
Thanks for the chat.
By the by, have you seen our valiant leader?
That's also fair too. We don't know what they're really talking about.
To.
Honestly, I'd probably
Felix
stay
or
put.
the others inside either. Maybe they're having a meeting or something.
Sounds like you should try to
I'm not
track
really
them
one to
down,
pry into
then.
stuff like that.
On second thought, it may not be any of your business.
Sure.
They might be friends, but they're also my clients. I shouldn't stick my nose in their private affairs.
What a touching show of camaraderie. In that case, we should get some rest. There are plenty more battles ahead of us.
We'll probably use her. She is very, very strong comparatively.
You did well, Miklana. I will remember the deeds you've performed here today.
You know as well as I that I only did it for the money. Your money.
Wonder what he did.
What are you playing at, boar? This washed-up bandit doesn't deserve to look at our army, let alone be a commander in it.
It's a decision I made in collaboration with the Margrave. 2 years ago, after I ascended the throne, I ordered Gustav to capture him, made him swear his allegiance to the royal family, and gave him a unit of soldiers to command.
Spare me the details of how you did it.
You'd think if someone had a problem with it, it'd be Sylvain.
My army was
I don't know if he's on good terms with his brother, but, you know.
Capable fighters to fill in the gaps. As for Miklon here, the Margrave himself has instructed him in all manner of military tactics. I've seen his prowess with my own 2 eyes. In the centuries since the time
You gotta make use of every single resource you have available to you.
have kept Fargus safe. We've come to depend on that power to protect us from outside attacks, and grown all too complacent in its wake. Naturally, we will take full advantage of our heroes' relics in the battles ahead with Adrestia. But we cannot protect our home with relics alone. If all who could wield them fell, so too would we. The blood of the heroes is thinner now.
Hey, we were a mercenary before too.
We need men like him among our ranks.
I don't doubt the truth of your words.
Not quite the same thing as, you know,
Issue here. Do you really think
that,
it's
but still.
to trust a man barely removed from his life as a brigand with the responsibility of command?
Everyone's heard the stories of the elder Gautier brothers.
Well, his armor certainly
How he
looks worse to
resorted
wear.
banditry and plunder. Do you not think our soldiers would object to being led by a man with such history?
Command, huh? It's got a nice ring.
It's
to
actually
it.
kind of sad.
But you should know, I'm just a prisoner. My attendants, my aides, my best men, all stooges for the royal family.
Oh, okay.
Breathing
That's
down
fair then.
my neck every waking moment. All the sleeping moments, too.
No wise remarks, Sylvain? You're standing there mute, as if this has nothing to do with you.
I was one of the first His Majesty consulted with. There's nothing I could say that I haven't already. I'm sure you can't stand the sight of me, Miklon. But let's see if we can't get along, okay?
Anyway, now that we're all
That's
caught
fair.
up, I'll await your next orders, Your Majesty, sir.
Let me guess. Any means necessary?
I won't defend it.
Ah, that's what it
Though
was.
I do see use in such a man. What he did in his time as a bandit was monstrous.
It's one of the flaws with the current system of nobility, you know?
No small amount of judgment for giving him command in spite of it. But I can't help
It's no
but
excuse, yeah, for that, but
perhaps
still.
his life could have been dramatically different had he only possessed a crest. Same as the uncle I murdered.
I understand your reasoning, Your Majesty. Yet he's hurt so many people.
What's done is done. Stolen goods may be returned, but stolen lives cannot. If the man is unwilling to atone for his wrongdoings, then he will pay for it with his head. If he does wish to repent, however, then what better way to do so than by risking his life on behalf of our people? If any among us still can't forgive him, by all means, take up your arms and enact vengeance.
I get what you're trying to do, but you still should have talked to us first. This isn't about who shoulders what blame. It's a matter of letting us know what you're thinking.
You're right, Felix. My apologies. Now then, we march on Aryan Road as planned. With House Rose military might crippled, seizing the fortress should be a somewhat simpler matter.
The Silver Maiden.
One thing the Fire Emblem games don't really emphasize as much, though, is
You saw how many troops they've already
we're
lost.
waging a war, but most of the time it's not just, you know, those named characters are fighting with. There's always a lot more armies going to war, going at it. I think this game's done a pretty good job of noting, like, oh yeah, we're at least fighting on multiple fronts, but really hard to keep in mind, like, the scope of the battle. And then Warriors games are guilty of being like, yeah, every single battle, even they say, you know, they'll say it's like a small battle, then we kill like 1,500, you know, we get 1,500 KOs or something like that. It's like, yeah, this is a small fort that had a few thousand people in it.
Your Majesty.
As long as you're sure you can handle
Yep, they killed all our friends.
do not hesitate to retreat if it becomes too much for you. House Rose forces aside, we now have the added threat of Gerald and his mercenary band to contend with.
Yeah.
The very same mercenary band you had been looking for, is it not?
Well, it's very personal.
One of them in particular, a warrior known as the Ashen Demon,
Yeah.
felled my entire company back before I met you. Not sure I'm
Probably
looking
not
for
super
revenge
important.
exactly, but I do want to surpass them, no matter what it takes.
I see. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Sorry, I wasn't really trying to hide it or anything. Just never came up, I guess.
I believe I understand. Overcoming Gerald and his mercenaries is what drives you in life.
Yeah, you could say that.
Hmm.
It's the closest thing to a goal I have,
Yeah, for sure.
In any case, those people cannot be taken lightly. I'd like to avoid crossing blades with them as much as we can, though we'll likely encounter them sooner rather than later.
Right. We'd better be ready for anything.
Azure Gleam. Conspiracy in the air. Having laid Lonato low, the kingdom's army proceeds south. Count Rowe, who had prior declared fealty to the Empire, surrenders, and Aryan
okay.
Road falls back into kingdom hands.
Strike while
With
the
its
iron is hot, you know?
foothold in the West lost,
Keep
the
pressing the
Empire
advantage that you
masses
have.
troops in the former Arundel territory to the south, prompting the army of Fargus to strike before Adrestia can regain its footing.
Yeah. This is a feeling the Empire route with Scarlet Blaze didn't really have, but Golden Wildfire constantly felt.
It's nice Aryan Road fell with little more than a hand wave, but it's hardly comfortable knowing the enemy
Yeah.
is still on our doorstep.
Comfortable or no, we must take what few chances we do have to rest. Battle will be upon us again before we know it.
Not to mention the fortress is still a target. I mean, who wouldn't want their very own impregnable stronghold?
Our spies report that the enemy plans to mount such an attack from Arundel land.
Yeah. Don't think too much on the negatives. It's important to keep them in mind, but don't dwell on them, you know?
Rumors that Edelgard has been keeping Lord Arundel imprisoned in his home since then. If it's true, I'll... No. Were the enemy to strike and the fortress city to somehow fall, our path forward in this war would grow exceedingly perilous.
The West doesn't face the kind of constant threats we do, so there aren't as many strongholds here as in the North, right?
Basically. Though my uncle did say that started to change at least a tiny bit in the past couple of years.
In other words, The entire western region of the kingdom is likely to fall into
Sure
enemy
has.
hands if
But
we
again, it goes
retreat
back to
from
the idea
Aryan
that the
Road.
Empire was, you know, they started the war, they prepared for it for 2 years. Even if we talked about kind of building up their army from 2 years ago, like Dimitri did, it's hard to say that they really just expected war to break out. The kingdom was really just dealing with some other struggles, and then at least they weren't caught completely off guard. But still. Oh.
Offense is the best defense, I always say. We'll crush anyone who has the gall to stand against
Oh
us.
no.
There you go, getting carried away again. Look at them, all
Interesting.
stunned into speechlessness.
Well, I mean, it literally has to be either those who slither in the dark, the Empire, or more dissenters from the kingdom. That makes me think it's those who slither in the dark, but there's also a lot of mages in the Empire. But is it those who slither in the dark? Oh, maybe no. Nope, it's the dissenters.
Very little, Your Majesty. The survivors claim to have
Huh.
been attacked by numerous mages.
Mages?
Interesting.
What's wrong? Do you know who it is?
Although she seemed to be connected to those, I don't know. I'm confused. Ignore me. I'm probably wrong.
She disappeared almost immediately after. It's likely she has been burrowed away in western Fargus ever since. Which leads me to wonder if this attack wasn't her handiwork somehow. It's merely a feeling, though. I'd like to look into it further, if possible. But something tells me the Imperial soldiers won't wait around patiently while we go
Fair
off
enough.
hunting for clues.
Perhaps you should send a separate unit to investigate, while we attend to the Empire.
Yes, that would be prudent for now. We cannot afford to lower our guard for even a moment.
That's an interesting shaped map, because it makes it look like they put like 6 or so battles in there, but only 2 are required before the chapter fight. Odd. Must be the Tactics Academy. There we go. Alright, as always, let's collect these. Still helpful to collect those. I haven't worried about collecting them on, like, being full every single time, just because I don't think it makes a huge difference anymore, but still nice to have free stuff. Anyway. Naturally, we're going to max out Dimitri's skills.
Everything has its use.
Kind of scary how fast we burn through gold, but the thing is, if I do on my own time keep going through other New Game Plus paths, all of these things carry over from path to path.
Instruction comes
So
at a high price.
that's nice, at least. And that's at least, what I've been doing is at least making sure everyone has 2 warrior gauges. And then if we decide to commit to certain characters, obviously we then level them up more. I leveled up Mercedes' and Ash's stuff all the way too, because I was like, oh, we'll probably have them in the next path.
How can I best use this power?
Although I probably could have done the same with like the Ashen Wolves, which I clearly did not there. Some more of these. Alright, let's do a few more of our stuff. We have new units to put in here, don't we? Dorothea, Petra. That's fine, I'm not gonna worry about it. I think they already had, I could be wrong, but I thought I'd already added their affinity too. Could be wrong on that though. Ugh. There we go, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I did it twice and I only used 1 point. Look at all those skills. Let's see.
I could use them. The more
I guess between, okay, no. I was just curious, because as we're mastering those classes, you would think there'd be more options to level, but I don't know. I just usually check after I do a lot of this training. Yeah, it looks like it was just Flame here. That's fine. Like this. Dimitri and... Oh, we're already at B with Mercedes. You know what? We'll do maybe Ingrid, someone who we didn't have before. Just because we've been using Mercedes for now, until we get some other units that we'd like to have active in battle. It doesn't hurt to use someone who's already leveled. We're probably going to switch Ash out with Dorothea, because she's stronger. It's always nice. I wish I could cook and bake, but not the case.
This reminds me of my youth. The days I spent with Glenn and my father.
This is heavenly. You can really never get enough of your favorite foods.
We're raising our support conversations with these two pretty fast.
Come back whenever you're hungry.
Care to make yourself useful?
There we go. And as you can see, we're basically getting enough renown to completely cover every single merc list we're using, plus save up a little bit, so just doesn't hurt. I just don't think it's that important, in all honesty.
We all must do our care to make yourself useful.
Yeah, I'm not really too picky with who I send to do these chores, honestly. It's just free renown and support points. Like I said, I'm really not concerned if all these guys have already maxed out. Oh, well. Does might max out our... It did not, that's fine. Okay.
We all must do our care to make yourself useful.
There we go.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Nice, nice.
We all must do our care to make
Here we
yourself
go.
useful.
Wonder when we get more paralogs. Just interested to see as we go. The Gatekeeper one just... I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I might do that towards the end. 'Cause it's a level 80 paralog, like... We'll obviously need to save up gold so we can just pile on levels onto the Gatekeeper as well. Here's Anna's shop. I'm really not worried about Anna's shop in all honesty. I don't think it's that necessary. It is free stuff, but it's just not something I'm worried about. Let's see if there's anything... I'm just gonna go straight into the stage. I'm really not worried about it. Maybe I should have collected... it's fine. Whatever. I should have collected the resources off the ones that we did clear, but... Like I was saying, it's not a big concern with where we are right now. Literally the only resource we can really use is gold. And I'll get that as I go back through in my own time and do some of these stages again. I mean, the thing is, even if we gotten a little bit stronger, Dimitri, we, you know, still quote-unquote lost to them the past, like, every time we've seen them. Yeah, don't work around that just yet.
I would like you to handle the matter.
That's actually really wholesome, though.
But you shouldn't change your strategy for my sake.
Yeah.
Just focus on winning the battle. That's it.
Yeah, it felt a little bit more like hatred to me in some of the other paths, actually. Yeah, exactly. But I guess to be fair, Shez never outright says it's more Arvel that tries to push the agenda of just murdering Byleth.
Is that all it is to you?
Yeah, see, this is what I always thought, though, when it did mention a little bit more. The serious aspect of that is she's a mercenary. As much as it's got a sting, like, I would personally have a very hard time with it.
Not really.
Shez is still very much a mercenary.
Comes with the territory when you're a merc.
Mm.
And your friends one day can just as easily
part of it.
become your targets the next. Now, not getting my money or having a client betray me, yeah, that'll get me upset. But I can't go around seeking vengeance for every last fallen ally. It would consume my whole life.
He absolutely does.
Is that so?
I'm sure you can relate, as a king and all.
Oh.
There's only so much burden one person can carry. Or maybe you can't relate. If you'll forgive me for saying
Hey!
so, I think you
He's
can
the
let
first one to
things
actually
weigh
kind
on
of
you
say
too
that
much.
instead of it being kind of out of the blue.
Be that as it may, Your words just now have given me an idea. Please forget
This is, I think, the only path that they've actually kind of talked about that before it just kind of happened.
those mercenaries onto our side. Perhaps not in the immediate
That's
future,
actually really cool.
but once their allegiance is not so concrete.
Have them join us? I don't know.
Loyalty is an important concern in the mercenary business, I understand. But if we were to provide greater pay than the Empire...
Rodrigue wishes to
I've said this before, I don't think it's an odd idea. I think it's a great idea. You're in a war, you're trying to win, you know these are reliable, powerful enemies. The Death Knight. There's Bernadetta.
Hand in hand with the very people
Huh.
you've been hunting.
So Bernadetta is available on every path. So Bernadetta so far, obviously, the Ashen Wolves, obviously Shez, the Bernadetta, Dorothea, Petra, and Ash so far. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Interesting though. They do start split. We are going to replace, like I was saying, Ash with Dorothea because she's really strong. 48. We could use Happy and such, but I'm okay with using Mercedes, at least until we get her the A rank affinity, and then we might replace her. But overall, like I was saying, the end game is probably going to be, I didn't see how many enemies we need to beat, 1500. Overall, the end game was always going to be Dimitri, Shez, Byleth, and one other unit. I have no idea who that unit will be. I've considered making it Catherine. It'd be another sword user, but just because I think surely we get Catherine in this path. I don't know for certain, actually. I really don't. But I thought that was the case. I don't know. It's just like I was saying, if there's one path where it's possible, surely it's this one. Oh, every one of the units was kind of in a different spot. You missed! Wow, okay. That's really awkward. Never mind. The last meteor, the very last one, was just like, oh, don't worry, we'll get you. Jeez. Is there not a, gatekeeper in here? I guess to be fair, yeah, even if we get Lysithea, now I'm thinking about it, if we're gonna use, like, Catherine, we wouldn't really be able to use her, but our Lysithea is literally the second strongest unit, I would say, across all our characters. I'm pretty sure she's stronger than Byleth right now.
We've spotted the Ashen Demon among the enemy's ranks, Your Majesty.
Poor Bernadetta.
As well as
Bernadetta always seemed to me like one of those characters who didn't want to be, clearly, didn't want to be in... Well, maybe it's not fair to say because I'm sure nobody wanted to be involved in a war. But, like, she very clearly just wants to stay home, but she's a member of the Empire and the Empire's nobility. There's not really a choice.
Nice of them to open the doors for us. Now let's take control.
Yeah, you know, honestly, despite what I said about mounted units, even on horseback, I'm kind of liking Dimitri's kit. It's not bad.
That's 2 down. We're doing it.
Alright, let's take control of Shez. It is still crazy to me, though. I wonder if there's damage scaling. Because a lot of games do that. Because at the end of the day, we're level 72. You would think we'd just literally, like, one light attack would make everything this early in the game heal over. But that's very clearly not the case. Now, our weapon arts and such, absolutely, you know. But it's just one thing that I've still found interesting. Is even at the beginning of the stage, like, this little dash attack all one-shot things, especially early on. Like, again, you'd think just a light attack would swat, like, a level 6 enemy. Although I don't know what level we're actually up to on enemies now. I guess I could check by, 20? Yeah, see, like, we're still over 3 times their level. We need to go this way. Let's make our way over there. I still, even after all this time, really love the dual wielding aspect. So cool. One of my favorite things in games. There we go. Looks like Dimitri's taking care of this last stronghold. He just blocked that? What a legend. He like slammed his entire horse and spear into the ground there, and that they just went pop and blocked it. I do not block as much as I should. I just don't really find myself in a whole lot of situations where I'm like, oh yeah, I need to block right now, you know? Usually I just dodge. The Death Knight, huh? Didn't expect that to be a thing, honestly.
We must keep it at all costs.
Because I don't recall seeing the Death Knight in This wasn't really a thing in the other paths. A little surprising to me, but there's other things too, like the Empire gave us a conclusive end to Chronia, and Golden Modifier I do not think did. That didn't really. Again, this is a level 72 character with like a plus 50 sword of Zoltan. Oh wow. Are you running away? There you go. Oh, they just activated the catapults. That's intimidating. There's Byleth. Jeez, the Death Knight was stronger than Byleth. That's terrifying. Though to be fair, wasn't that a thing in Three Houses the first time you fought the Death Knight in the underground area? It was literally like you got an extra bit of resources if you actually defeated the Death Knight, but you didn't have to. I wonder if that's what's happening here. Avoid engaging the Death Knight, okay. That's Byleth down. Yeah, I was gonna say, I would be really, really surprised if the chapter where we actually recruit Byleth was not chapter 10 again, because that's what it was in the other two paths. Just seems like they've kind of, you know, sorted the timing for the storyline around that being the case.
Do not throw yourself at that wall just yet. Time isn't right for it.
Sorry, Bernadetta. At least we took the persuade strategy, huh? Means you'll be on our side.
I think of it. These catapults may be of use to us.
Oh, they got our catapults.
I'm sorry, but this is a war, you know? What do you mean we can't let her leave here alive? Don't be like that, Ingrid. Where's our persuade strategy? Yeah, there we go. Someone almost always talks about like, okay, this enemy isn't really, their heart's not in the fight, you know? Although to be fair, that, you know, that's also coming from Ingrid, who we absolutely murdered last path, so, you know.
Don't feel too good about this. But that's just how it goes in war.
You just said it's unavoidable, Ingrid. Don't worry.
We don't want to have to kill you, Bernadetta.
Why did that? What just did like half of Dimitri's health? What? Right. Are we supposed to? Are we actually supposed to fight him now? Kind of just watching like all the. Look at how many are just blasting him, honestly.
The Ashen Demon and the Death
Dorothea's
Knight
handling
only
it.
make
Come back.
threats remaining.
Oh my gosh. To be fair, Shez wasn't one-shotting the Death Knight.
Fine.
There's no way Dorothea is. Don't come swing at me through my meteors. Crap, the Death Knight. Okay. Are we supposed to bait him over here? Death Knight. Buddy. I don't understand. Hey, Death Knight. Hey, stop hitting the do. How do I pair up again? The do, come here. Do I untarget him? He was running away at first, and now he's kind of... Hey, come on. I'm so confused.
Perhaps a duet?
Good on enemies to beat. Oh, we still have another 12 minutes. Alright, fine. Everyone else is dealing with Byleth right now, so, I don't know if we're supposed to, like, damage the Death Knight and slowly bait him over, or... what, because... And I do wonder if, again, that's kind of the case where we could just optionally defeat the Death Knight. Are you gonna, like... Death Knight? Oh... Okay, maybe we just have to do enough damage to him. Ow. I don't know, I'm very confused. Not a big fan of that meteor move, actually. Maybe I should change that. We've had it on her for like 2 paths, and I don't feel like it does a whole lot. Good AoE, I suppose, but... Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to just defeat the Death Knight here. Imagine if this was our first path and we were trying to just beat him like this with base damage on, like, I don't know, level 15 characters. Would probably not go very well, honestly. Ooh. Did we do it?
Let us begin.
No, we did not. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm sorry.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Why does he have so much health? I'm definitely thinking I'm not doing this mission correctly, but if we have the blunt power to just take him out, you know? Why not? Uh-oh.
Not today.
Ah, we're out of weapon durability. Yeah, did that work? Okay. Never mind. I just saw its health go straight back to full. Oh my gosh. Well, that was a massive waste of time. Yeah, that is horrifying. We spent all that time just wailing on Death Knight thinking maybe it was an optional objective, and then he just immediately gets back up full health. Oh my gosh.
Clear out! The Death Knight has almost arrived!
So are we actually supposed to just run completely away? And then just... Well, have fun with that Stronghold Captain. We trapped them in there, but that Stronghold Captain is gonna... They're gonna die. Oh my gosh. Okay. Gotta take your Byleth then, I'm assuming?
Now, close the gates! Sever his escape route!
Oh.
Ready? Fire!
Okay. You've seen the sheer number of enemies you're fighting?
Reinforcements from the northwestern stronghold.
Alright, Gerald. We're totally not picking on your kid.
This won't be easy.
Okay. Let's get moving. We've already defeated more than enough enemies for S rank, so we literally just need to stop all these enemies. Oh, it's Alois again. Wow. It's crazy how much weaker they are than the, you know, the Death Knight and Arya. Byleth, sorry. It's the name I use for him. Like I said, I just really like the name Arya for female characters. Like a song format. Hi, Jero. Ooh, you're also much weaker than Byleth. Interesting. Sorry.
This is what the kingdom can do. You've really risen to
That
the
do it?
occasion.
Wonder if we actually have to fight the Death Knight again. That would be obnoxious. Oh yeah, looks like it. Is it running away? Yeah. Hi, Death Knight. Here, have this. That do it? Oh, the Death Knight was way weaker this time. What? What are they fighting up here? Oh my gosh, how many times do we have to beat Byleth? Oh, yeah, we can't have that be happening. Like, let's take Dimitri and head there.
Imperial soldiers? Are they trying to heal the Death Knight? I shall take the lead.
Do we still have to defeat the priest from healing the Death Knight if the Death Knight just dipped? Yeah. Oh, okay. How long is this mission? This is taking a while.
So we finally gave in.
Okay.
That blade work of his was awfully familiar, though.
Yeah, Byleth takes noticeably quite a bit less damage than anyone else from Gerald's band right here.
My turn.
Oh, we're not gonna kill you and you're... Wait. Oh, okay, I was like, wait, what? No, this is just the cutscene where Sothis takes control.
How many times have we fought now?
It's pretty scary, though.
This will be the last.
I can't get over how, like, disconcerting it is to hear Sothis' voice coming from Shez. I mean, sorry, from Byleth. It's so, like, just weird.
Such vexing arrogance for one so small. Perhaps you truly are one of their descendants.
Kind of agrees that we were even able to, like, dodge some of those attacks, given that they're basically stopping time.
You labored to destroy my vessel, did you not? That is a deed most foul. One you will pay for with your life.
And we just gotta dip.
You cannot hope to win so bound in flesh.
It's nice though that Byleth actually stops her. Because seriously, like, if she hadn't, we probably would have died right then. And to be fair, I don't know if Byleth really had a reason to stop her.
Why do you fight me?
Why Sothis?
And here I thought we won.
Hmm.
Who knew the Ashen Demon had that kind of strength? Not that I'm making excuses. You gave me power of my own, and it still wasn't close to enough.
That's not true.
Of course it is. What am I even up against here? It's like I looked away for 1 second, and suddenly I was facing someone else entirely.
That would explain what was troubling me before. That is the unique
Can't be too
danger I
pessimistic here,
sensed.
Mike.
Still, you can win this fight. I know you can. And I'll do whatever I can to make it so.
The backup plan is to
We'll
recruit
claim
them.
victory over that monster together.
You know what? You're right. I'll be strong enough one day if I just keep at it. Still, one day could be years from now at this rate. We should probably think
We're in a
of
war,
backup
Arvel.
plan.
We literally
Besides,
just need help.
Dimitri said they might even be working for the kingdom before long. We can't count on being rivals forever.
What a shocking turn of events.
This
You
line, every
seriously
time,
consider accepting that
gets
fiend
so
as one of
sassy
your
immediately.
allies?
You make it sound like the worst idea in the world. We have a war to win here, remember? Gotta keep an open mind.
I understand now. You've witnessed your adversary's true strength and convinced yourself you cannot win.
What? No. I just know a valuable resource when I see one. And we're far better off with them than we are against them.
If that's really how you feel, then so be it. But trust me, you don't need to worry. You'll get stronger soon, I promise. So maybe don't go relinquishing your prey just yet. After all, I desire nothing more than to see you achieve your goals.
I cannot.
I'm interested to see what happens next. Oh yeah, Insultus is getting really mad at Byleth.
A glove does not defy the hand, and yet you've done just that. So this is my name. Yet I am also called the Beginning. I am progenitor and mother to all who call Fodlan home.
Where am I?
I am not here to answer all you ask.
She just did,
I will grant
you know.
the one. You stand before my throne. If you so wish, then take a seat.
Hey, I like
Understand
Shez.
that your flesh is mine to wield. You lack the power to resist.
My flesh? What are you saying?
You should not have interfered. I could have cut that wretch down with a sword.
So it's just like, you can say you're the progenitor of all in Fodlan, but if you just straight up show up and are like, hey, I'm gonna take over your body and kill them, you don't think, even as a mercenary, you know, you think you'd have just a little bit of reservations. Why are we in alliance territory?
Hey, lazy bones. Get up already. You sure you're all right? You don't seem like
Did we not just fight in like the western half of the kingdom? I'm confused.
Just a strange dream.
like the ones you used to have.
Yes, but this time we talked.
Huh?
You fool! That was no dream!
Well, what's wrong?
Nothing. Wait, didn't you...
Do you lack wits? My voice is not...
Yeah, for Gerald, that's got to be horrifying, though, just knowing that he initially fled with Byleth as a, you know, as a baby because of what Rhea did. Mentioning that even though, like, even as a baby, Byleth never cried. Stuff like that.
How that happened is beyond me. Anyway,
You
we
know.
lost the battle, so
Just
probably
scary.
best to
And
wait
then he sees, you know, her hair and eyes turn to the same color as hers. Gotta be crazy.
Actually, I think I'd feel more comfortable staying here on the battlefield a while longer. I just need to swing my sword around, get my head on straight. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
If you say so, but if it gets any worse, tell me. This isn't an
Ah,
end
Aloys.
if we're not at full strength. We're not just up against the kingdom here. They've got the church on their side too, and the Knights of Saros.
This will be
Okay,
trying
why did it say they were in alliance territory? We were just fighting in the kingdom. It's saying that they're hired by the Empire currently in this path. And yet it just said, yeah, like alliance territory. I'm so confused.
Thanks, Alois. I know it won't be easy, but the Empire's shoving a lot of gold in our pockets for this.
Yeah.
Gotta deliver on our end of the deal. Even if it means taking on the Knights of Seros to do it.
You look troubled, Gerald. Is something wrong?
Can't hide anything from
That's
you,
fair, though.
can I? It's just
It's gotta
I
be
have
just terrifying.
history with someone from the church, and I'd rather keep it as history if I can. I don't want anything to do with them, not as enemy or ally.
Are we going back with him, or?
You're really going back to Ferdiad? After all it took to get to this point?
I will only be gone for a short while. A month at most, perhaps.
I don't understand. What could possibly demand your presence in the capital so urgently? Is there something big going down in Ferdiad?
Okay.
I can't imagine things have gotten too out of hand with my father there to hold the line.
Explain to them, Boar. This is a threat only us Northerners understand.
Very well. A group of soldiers from
no.
the Srang region has broken through the defenses in Gautier territory and makes for the capital. According to reports, Duke Yvonne herself wrote
This
out
is the
their
requisite,
sentence
just,
and was
we were on the
overwhelmed by
battlefront, but now we have to go back into our own
All
territory.
contact from Margaret
Every single
Gautier
path has had that,
ceased as
though.
well. So we've
Good to
no
have
way of
consistency,
confirming
but
any
still.
of this.
What? This is horrible. You can say that again. There's no chance of mounting a war effort when your capital's been ransacked. To be honest, I can't imagine my old man going down that easy. It's still true that we've lost contact with him, though. Something's definitely happening here.
This is quite an alarming revelation indeed. Not only has the church made the northern town of Camulus its new base
Well,
of
we are in the middle of an
operations,
international war.
but many of our members have been traveling to
Oh,
Ferdiad
okay.
on a
Well,
regular
apparently
basis.
there's that too, but
Srang.
you'd think, yeah,
That's the peninsula
if there was a
north of
time.
Argus, yes? Yeah, but as far as I can remember, they've always been peaceful.
Peaceful? Hardly. You show even the slightest hint of weakness, and they'll sink
Well,
their
that's
teeth
fair.
into you without so much
Can't
as a
imagine it's
second
easy to
thought.
survive in a place like that. But to be fair, didn't Dimitri also say that the land wasn't exactly
It's
most
a
like
harsh
prosperous area?
blanketed in snow from the outset of
I
the
don't know.
year to its dying
Still got to be
days.
better than a place where
Only
it snows, you know,
assuming they seek fertile
100% of the time. It's got to be hard to
ground,
grow
and in doing
crops and
so, the
such.
means for their survival.
Shame. We could have negotiated had they not been so intent on pillaging.
As it stands, I'll be returning to the north to lead a force meant to repel them.
Yeah.
With both the Margrave and Duke Yvonne missing in action, the matter is gravely serious. His Majesty has no choice but to get
Well,
personal.
that makes me wonder if Rhea does in fact die on this path, though, because seriously, that just... With all the help the Knights of Seros are providing for us...
You cannot deny
Interesting.
that, Dimitri. This matter concerns us as
Are we
well.
actually splitting up?
We would be remiss not to offer our assistance.
I appreciate the offer, truly. But we need to maintain a robust force here as well. You're one of the key
I wonder, are we gonna have to play as both factions, both groups, I mean? Or are we just not gonna have these three for a while?
Struck a blow to the Empire's forces. But it is
And in that
only a
case, what
matter
do we
of
do
time
here?
until they hit back.
To do? Rodrigue? The two of you will ride with me. A few dozen knights will be joining us as well.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It's still entirely possible that the Margrave's envoy was somehow delayed.
Okay.
That nothing is in fact amiss. Sylvain, I'd like you to await them here in Arya Road, just in case.
Got it. Stay safe out there, Your Majesty.
As for you, Duke Fraldarius,
Yeah.
I leave command of the army to you in my stead. If the envoy does arrive, well, the appropriate course of action will be in your hands. Just remember,
Even in wartime, gotta
soldiers
save as many
stationed
lives
here
as we
are not
can.
mere soldiers. They're private citizens.
Yeah.
And as
No,
such,
I wouldn't want to be
we have
left
a duty to
in a
protect
leadership
every
role like
last
this.
one of them.
It's not really my
Lost,
style.
I will have nothing left, save hollow prayers for the dead.
Fine then.
Please, don't look at me like that. I know this burden is a heavy one, but I suspect you will
Well,
lead them
already
better
on
than
chapter
I.
6. Figured I'd go for another little bit here. We're at 3.5 hours. You know, most of my streams for 3 Hopes have been like 6 hours or so, and it still is taking 4 or 5 streams to do a single path. But with us skipping most of these stages, to be fair, we'll have a lot of support conversations. We have the paralogs and stuff to do. But it's interesting.
Azure Gleam.
Again, the further we get into New Game Plus, though, I mean, in theory, the faster everything goes.
The kingdom's assault.
Because consecutive New Game Pluses, everyone has levels, everyone's stronger, you know.
But the wind carries dire
This time we're
word of
literally
invasion
skipping
of
every
the
unnecessary
Strand
stage
in
with
the
Merc
north.
Whistles too. Like, it's just
Having lost
interesting to see.
contact with Margrave Gautier, Dimitri departs Aryan Road and makes for the capital, Ferdia. He fears he may be walking into a
What?
trap, yet he marches on all the same.
Did we get misinformation? Is the Margrave committing something treasonous?
And you're sure?
Or
Very. The Sreng
yeah, it
people
could just be a
did indeed
disruption in
attack,
communications.
But they never broke through
You'd think in a
Gautier's
land with
territory.
magic they could magically
The
communicate
Margrave
across
was unharmed.
distances, but
Why then was our contact
nope, we
cut
always
off?
send messengers.
It's possible someone within the
Okay,
kingdom
yeah,
is
maybe then
interfering.
the messengers
The
were...
Margrave suspected as much when his initial
Okay,
envoy
okay.
never returned. In response, he dispatched a slew of messengers, myself
Could be those who
included,
slither in the dark,
all
or it
on
could
wholly
be
distinct
Cornelius'
routes. It would
faction.
appear I'm the only one who
Again, it could
arrived
be the two of them
safely.
being tied together. Kind of scary.
It's good to know my father's safe, but it's starting to sound like we have a big problem on our hands. Like as not, someone's ambushing these messengers as they pass through Blathed lands.
And this is bringing back bad memories. It's all too similar to when Count Rowe's convoy was attacked. The Boar suspected Cornelia at the time, and I'm growing ever more inclined to agree with him. Have you any news from the north? What of the capital and the king?
Nothing at the time of my departure. I'm sorry to report.
Yeah.
Guess there's only one way to find out then.
Poor
We
Felix,
there
he's like...
ourselves, Felix.
Yeah.
The Margrave would surely send
Well,
word
we've
if
already
something
split
were
up
to
our
happen at
forces
the
to some
capital.
extent.
I imagine we'll have more clarity on the situation in a few
Yeah.
days' time.
We don't have a few days. You need to act, Felix, and you need to do it now.
But if we move too rashly, the Imperial forces near the fortress will grow wise to our maneuvers.
As though any of that'll matter if the king winds up dead. Losing Aryan Road would be the least of our worries then. We'd be trapped
I mean, in
massive
absolute
war of
worst case
succession,
scenario, you know,
easy
we
pickings for the
lose this
Empire.
fort. Again, we're trying to protect the people within it and everything, but would you not rather have to retake the fort than lose the king and have to do all that again? No, that is a very straight road. In fact, it looks like there's only one optional fight. Yep, Dimitri, Dedu, and Rodri. That's what I had expected. Interesting to see it actually put the test though. Alright, training instructor. Just train everyone. Okay, so it just pops him out of there. I don't know if it'll automatically put him back in afterwards, but we'll figure it out
Supplies are the
later.
lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Okay.
Time to work you into shape.
Oh my gosh. I realized we just recruited Bernadetta. I think Bernadetta actually had mastered her class though. Not a huge issue. That said, these units can go... Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you wouldn't even have master skills at this point. You can make Felix a dancer. I'm genuinely tempted to just turn a bunch of people into dancers and see how it goes. I think it'd be funny. But, I don't know, it's like I really like Byla's class as the Enlightened one. I really like the Asura class. It's just... That's why I haven't worried about it. Ingrid can go back to being on a Falcon Knight. Most of these units are already... Yep. Gatekeeper to a Paladin. Looks like the suggested path for Gatekeeper is Holy Knight as well.
Will this help me?
Which is interesting. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I really didn't think there was going to be a chapter where we didn't have our main lord for the path. That really doesn't... That wasn't a thing in any of the other ones. That's genuinely surprising to me. Kind of cool, actually, that they put something so unique in.
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Just, again, just a bit surprising to me.
Hunger is the true enemy.
out.
Oh, but this is simply
I don't even know if we'll have enough units to... maybe we do. I was gonna say to do all of these task points, but I guess we only lost 3 units, and we do have
Come back whenever you're hungry.
you know, a ton of others. So
Care to make yourself useful?
I really don't pay too much attention to who we throw in here. Later on, if we're trying to like get the last of our affinity levels, I'll kind of be like, okay, this person doesn't have, oops, affinity with these people. But I don't actually think it's that important, in all honesty. Unless you're going for like 100% completion on support conversations, which we are not. Not even close.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
It's always interesting to me to see which characters like actively dislike doing certain tasks.
We all must do our care to make yourself useful. We all must do our care to make
Yeah, it's
yourself
just Petra
useful.
now. Interesting. And we've maxed our affinity with Petra. So we did by 1 unit. Alright, off to chase after
We
Dimitri.
all must do our care to make yourself useful.
To be fair, we probably should at least go try and find Anna. Because I think we still stock her shop up if we don't go to her, say, this chapter, which we won't be. I don't know for certain, but I always thought that was the case. It seemed to like it to me. Oh, it wasn't after the first battle. Okay. Oh.
We've received a message from Margrave Gatti.
It's kind of crazy though. You wouldn't think that they'd be able to mobilize. I get that we were distracted with the war with the Empire and such.
His Majesty is safe.
But you really wouldn't think that they'd be able to mobilize just a massive army by themselves.
Combined forces of the Western Lords.
And here I thought we were keeping an eye on those guys. It seems they outsmarted us, though.
You had to
If
surrender
this
them.
message is anything to go by, they must have been hiding their tracks from us somehow.
Sounds like they're outfitted with strange new weapons as well, which they use to threaten the citizens.
You know,
of the
this wouldn't have been happening, Dimitri, if you'd let us just come with you.
fearless leader surrendered to the enemy to protect the people of Ferdiad from harm.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what's become of Dedu or my father.
And what about my father? He was guarding the city with Duke Ivan.
I haven't heard of any harm to Gustav, but we can't assume the same for the Duke.
Yeah, with how unnaturally strong he is.
Are the citizens
You'd have to
safe?
imagine.
I believe so, for the time being. Though that's mere speculation, or maybe just a feeling. In any case, if these lowlifes so much as thought about harming our people, the boar would break loose and make them pay.
We need to head north, Felix. There's no time
Yeah,
to lose.
well, he didn't go insane this time, so,
We make for the
you know. Yeah.
Such a selfless leader, sacrificing his own well-being for that of his people. It seems somewhere along the way he's actually become the kind-hearted king
Yeah.
you took him for.
Maybe. But if he does die, the people will be next.
As if there's any avoiding that. Let's say he'd turned his back on his citizens and sought to prolong his own life instead. He would be reviled as a warmonger, one who sought conflict
You gotta
to
go.
protect his people, only to abandon them to the wolves when it mattered most. Commoners and lords alike would cast off their allegiance
That's
to
kind of
him,
what
and
we've
the
been tied
kingdom
into,
would
though.
plunge into chaos.
Either way, there's no point speculating. If Dimitri dies now, it's all over.
The struggles of
That's
being
fair.
a leader. Your choices certainly carry more weight than those of a simple mercenary.
Merc life's a walk in the park in comparison. All you have to care about is you and your company. And if worse comes to worse,
I don't think that's a bad thing here, honestly.
and run for your life.
Yeah, that was kind of a thinly veiled insult, but I genuinely, I could live without that.
One's not necessarily harder than the other. But one thing is clear to me, at least. You'll never be cut out for the nobility.
Oh, another one, wow.
I could do without the
I
insults.
feel like the other paths usually were just the one, but still. Ooh. Jeez.
I trust you've been well, Your Majesty.
Do I look it? I suggest you have your eyes examined if so. I should sever your head clean from your shoulders for this.
My, wouldn't that be satisfying?
Okay, so they're fighting
But
back.
Of course you can't do that now, can you? Your poor people's lives would be forfeit the moment you struck me down. As for your loyal knight and the former
Not if we have anything to say about it.
They're certainly giving it all they have, but a paltry force that size will hardly buy them any time. And once we've wrung the life from them, you'll be next. How tragic it'll be facing your beloved citizens for the final time with a noose around your neck.
You know, I almost appreciate seeing such bold-faced sadism. There's not a hint of nuance to it.
Is that a compliment I hear? You'll make a lady blush if you're not careful. Ironic, isn't it? Both you and your father will have died alone, betrayed by lords from within the very kingdom you're meant to be ruling. From hasty reforms to insurrection and assassination, did you learn nothing from dear old Dad? It's only natural that those you refuse to help would hold a grudge.
Lady Cornelia, Kingdom soldiers approach the capital from the south. They're most likely returning from the assault on Aryan Road.
I've been a bit too careless, it seems. They've come far sooner than I had expected. Use the bandits to buy us some time. We'll form ranks and
I don't like you, Cornelia.
at the capital.
Understood.
Honestly.
Seems you get to cling to your pitiful little life a few moments longer, Your Majesty. What luck. Oh, but don't worry. When your end does come, it won't change your beloved Fodlin one bit. You see, these people are nothing more than simple-minded sheep. A ruler dies, and they all go flocking straight.
That's actually
to
really sad.
fills the void.
Oh my gosh.
But they would hold a grudge.
I know.
Yes, that is the way of revenge. Perhaps it was inevitable it would turn its cold gaze back upon me.
There we go. Alright. Here we go. Just grab all this stuff real quick. We forgot to do that last time. And that is one thing. Oh, okay. We can't exactly just go back for it, you know? So, was a little bit dumb to free... I mean, you can go back for the, like the free resources and such, but it was a little bit dumb of us to skip the free resources here. Like here, I'm not worried about, this stuff. Although, the lake could be free permanent stat upgrades. Maybe we'll do it. Sometimes those lakes are.
Well, what do you think?
So I could go back and collect like all the supplies and stuff. I think it's every 3 battles it fills all the way. Why not? I'm curious to see if that lake is a permanent stat upgrade, because a lot of the times those types of lakes could be pretty nice. Who did it put in automatically? You know what? That's fine. We had enough gold that we really felt threatened. We could level everyone up probably to like 30, 35. I'm just worried about like tactics. Oh, ow. Tactics academies and stuff. Sorry, I like popped my shoulder out in a painful way randomly. Yeah, this is just a race to see how we can defeat a bunch of enemies real fast. I actually probably would have used Dimitri for the stage as well, because he's still strong enough to basically one-bop everything. And he's really, really fast. But in this case... these missions, I think, do specifically... like, it says 500 enemies, but I don't think it's going down when other people are killing enemies. Which is interesting. Unlike the actual, like, hail count for a mission. The mercenary flare as we spam the same singular attack many times over. Which, to be fair, it is pretty effective. Covers a good amount of ground.
that mercenary flair.
Let's give this a shot.
Oh, the thief just appeared here. That's convenient. Let's switch to someone else who's in a better position. Alright, this is Felix. He does not do damage. I haven't changed his weapon either. Oh, that's interesting. His right trigger is like a little circle. You can kind of see it behind me. Yeah, I should probably not be using Felix here.
Greatest deed anyone has yet accomplished in this war. I should write a victory ballad to celebrate.
This is where like things like Meteor actually might be helpful. It just, for how much damage it looks like you would think that Meteor would do, it doesn't do that much. It does hit a wide area, which was nice there, but still. Who's that that's done? Oh, it's Felix that is by that archer too. Dang it. Honestly, I'm really tempted to just go end the fight. We were really only here for that lake, and then the S-rank award's a special item, you know? So let's just end the fight here. You get extra, like, gold and I think XP for doing the side missions. I know it's at least gold. I think you get extra XP. But I'm not worried about it. I missed. That's awkward. There we go. Goes back to the logic of, like, if I'm gonna do a stage, I might as well get an S rank. But I'm not worried about the side missions and such, or the chests and stuff. Not too important to me. Level 73.
Peace awaits us. I know it does.
Let's see. Nice, nice. Alright, let's see what this was. Alright, real quick, before we start this up, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back.
Hey, you.
Alright, I'm back. Let's just head straight into it. Oh, we're already on chapter 7. That's pretty crazy. Like I was saying, I mean, we're breezing through this because we haven't even seen that many new paralogs now that I think about it. Just the one with the Gatekeeper. But we've really just been doing the only necessary stages, which is the benefit of New Game Plus. Interesting. That's good, though.
Oh, you're back. How's it looking over in Ferdiad?
The reports are true. There's some odd-looking weaponry mounted throughout the city. As far as I can tell, though, the townspeople
Guess they
themselves
got
remain
Fawn out as well.
I'm pleased to say Lord Roderick and Sir Gustav.
To be fair, that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what Dimitri wanted. He obviously surrendered so that nobody else got pulled into it. But still, what are they gonna do? You know, stand by and let Dimitri get killed?
Armed with what scant weaponry they could find, they brought the fight down to the city itself.
My old man never ceases to amaze. Shouldn't even be a surprise.
Yeah,
at this point.
you have to consider, I mean, it's a massive force from the Western Lords, and they're basically trying to just hold off as many as they can by themselves. Because he only took, like, what, a dozen knights with him, I think he said?
I doubt even the great Lord Roderick and Sir Gustav will be able to hold out much longer.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're in a bad spot. We should focus on keeping them safe, right?
Don't be too hasty. Why do you think the two of them are causing this
Yeah,
uproar in the first
that's not
place?
something that seems like it'd be much of Dimitri's style.
But I don't think that means we should just
If we can, he says.
I agree, Felix. I won't leave my father to die. Besides, I don't think His Majesty would want us saving him if it meant sacrificing two of his most loyal retainers.
Fine. We'll help them.
Oh, that's
if
good.
we can. That better?
All that said, we won't be able to save the king while
Yeah,
the
do we
townspeople
even
are
know where
still
he
in
is right
danger.
now? I thought he was maybe with Roderick and Gustav, but that makes it sound like it's not the case.
Annie and I know these streets better than the back of our hands.
Can't let any of those three be routed.
In the castle too. We have to rescue him
Nobody to
before it's
recruit
too
here. We can
late.
actually just take every single strategy. That's
Plan
interesting.
settled then.
Not something that actually happens that often, but I guess that's maybe speaks to the lack of options we have. We also only have 3 controllable units. Makes me think one of those other 3 will be controllable immediately. 1,800 enemies, 20 minutes. Let's do this. I don't know. Something about it's refreshing, you know? Even Hubert's never going to go against what Edelgard says. And neither is, like, anyone in the Alliance for Claude. To some extent, I suppose. Whereas, like, Felix is just straightforward. It's a breath of fresh air. Everyone else would be like, no, that's not the right thing to do. And Felix is just like, you're an idiot. You're being an idiot. And I'm going to tell you you're being an idiot. I don't know why. It's just really funny to me. I'm glad we got, Dorothea, though, and some, like, just generally good units early on, though. Ah. Oh, I thought I missed that too for a second. I was like, I'm an idiot. Oh, that's so awkward. That's one thing I don't get about the strategy in this game. Every time they're like, oh, we're being sieged. We have this great defensive position. Oh, they defeated our outer forces. Open the gates and let them in. You know? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but maybe that's just me. There we go. This scan. I think we've seen one of those before. Wasn't that directly from those who slither in the dark? I feel like we saw this. Actually, it might have been on this map when we killed Kronia. Oh, hey, Rodri. Fancy seeing you here.
Those must be the weapons we heard about. They look like some kind of fire orb.
But yeah, Dedu was here, though. That's what I was so confused. I was like, I thought he was with Rodrigue and them trying to break out, but at the same time they said they didn't know where Dedu was. I'm a little confused on the details of that. Oh well. Either way, you know, give him a hand here.
Surrounded. We have to help him. And we'd better be quick about it by the look of things.
Yeah. It's massive, honestly. Like, It's one of those, like, they said mysterious machinery, but I doubt anyone was walking in here expecting it to just be a giant pillar sticking out of the ground.
We need to do something about that weapon, but I doubt attacking it head on will do us any good.
I wonder how long the stage is, though, because I don't feel like I've defeated anywhere near enough the quota for enemies. Yeah, we're not even halfway. Although there's the entire top part of the map, it's just interesting. Is the...
You needn't worry about me.
Wait, where was the device? It's supposed to be right here, but I don't see it. I'm an idiot, never mind. I'm sitting here walking around in circles right there. In fact, I had to walk past that to go in there. Oh my gosh. That's what I'm saying, though. I can do really well at, like, math and stuff like that. Then I show up here and I'm like, I wonder where the thing is. It's right there. I walked right past it, probably turned in a circle several times and saw it, and still had no idea where it was. As it's just right next to me. Ugh. That's embarrassing. Let's get moving. Why is the Stronghold Captain already weaker? Was that one of the strategies we brought? Feels like they were much, much weaker than I initially thought. I didn't activate the control swoops. At that time, I just forgot about it. There we go. Still, though, it seems a bit like a poor plan if you brought these giant devices in, you know, to use them to defeat and hold everyone at bay, you know, use it as a threat, and then you basically the way you shut them down is a giant obvious switch right next to it. You know, it doesn't exactly seem like the plan I'd go with, but maybe that's just me. Maybe the switch also, you know, maybe the switch has to be close proximity or something too. Who knows?
Please be safe, Your Majesty.
It's crazy having 400 weapon durability on this weapon. And you gotta consider, we could still upgrade Chez's weapon quite a bit more. We just haven't worried about it because it's been functional for pretty much, like, unless we have a high-level fight where we basically can only use Chez, which has happened. We literally, like, almost never run out of weapon durability on Chez, so I haven't worried about it. But we could upgrade it even more. I mean, we had a Cursed Ashia sword at, what, like, plus 70 at one point?
How did you saved me? I'm grateful, but there is no time to dawdle.
But seriously, though, we're still 500 enemies short. That's insane.
Don't worry, I'm sure we'll make it in time.
Oh, that's where his spear is. You can say guard it with your lives, but that's probably... Oh my gosh, why are there so many enemies in here? They can say guard it with their lives, but that's probably what it's gonna take. Wow, look at that damage counter because of how many enemies it hits. That's crazy. There's only 61 KOs. Well, this might be where we make up all our KOs, though. Why did they have so many enemies back here? That's pretty crazy. Very bar. Is that what it was called? Interesting. Anyway. Yeah, there were a ton of enemies in that room. That made a huge difference. Like 200. Like I said, I probably don't need to worry about getting an S rank at every time, but at this point, we're in New Game Plus. It's just one of those. We don't, but it's kind of annoying. Ooh, cutscene. Hi, Dimitri. Yeah, I don't know what he's expecting. Why?
Dimitri, you okay?
My friends, why have you come?
As if we would just leave you here to die. Time to get you out.
I'm afraid that I must stay. You saw what's happening out there. Should I try to leave, my people's lives are forfeit.
But it won't. Yeah.
So they bind the boar not with chains, but with his utterly unreasonable sense of duty.
They're gonna kill you in here, Dimitri.
So be it then. If my death will keep my people safe,
I won't allow it.
Dadu.
Take it, Your Majesty. Whether it's duty towards the living, or the guilt for all those we have lost.
So sad though that he feels the need to do that.
Yours to bear by yourself.
And that guilt that he's carrying when he's not the one who started the war.
By your side,
Oh, that's really cool though.
And so we shall, now and always.
Find them!
This way!
Typical boar.
That was actually really cool. There wasn't anything quite like that I remember in the other paths. But a little pick-me-up speech from Dadu. But yeah, I get where Dimitri's coming from. He's really afraid, but we also could have just told him, hey, we disabled those devices. And obviously lives could be lost, but still. You know. There's only so much to be done, and it's better for us to stop them here than hope that Dimitri's sacrifice would do it.
You know what this means.
Where are we going? Oh, we gotta go over it. Can we shadow step? We can. I don't know at what point that actually became available, but all I know is, you know, we tried it a few chapters ago now, to be fair.
Like I'd do anything else.
Alright, time to start tearing through the mysterious soldiers. Alright, this time we actually will actively send let's see, Dimitri to take care of this one. Oh, I just realized he's gonna have to go all the way around. It's fine, whatever. We'll send Mercedes up to this one. And we'll just run around and start taking out all the mysterious soldiers with Shez.
We will proceed as planned.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy though. They immediately just started attacking these citizens. Kind of puts to light the fact that Dimitri's concerns were valid. But still. It's messed up. And here I was worried about KO count though, and there was an entirely just massive section of the stage again. It's kind of crazy.
I wonder how long I'll have to train to catch up to you.
That drawbridge would serve to be our quickest route forward. But the controls have been tampered.
No surprise there. I'd be more shocked if they'd left them intact.
Alright, alright. Where's the combat engineers? Do we have to protect the combat engineers, I wonder? That's been a case in some of the stages, but not all of them.
Repair the controls and lower the drawbridge. Then do what you must to keep it safe. I'm counting on you.
You'd think, too, that they... I guess it looks like they did put the controls in slightly different areas, but... Still.
I see you came prepared, Felix.
Cornelia. Just shut up, Cornelia. Like, seriously. This is one of those characters that, like... There's not a whole lot of genuinely, I don't think there's a whole lot of depth to the character, but that's because the character is meant to do one thing. Character does it well. It's infuriating. Oh, there's the Margrave. Should be a control in here. I think it's about... There it is, yep.
I'll take over. Someone help me! Please! I'm begging you!
Okay. Okay, I have actually given a healing skill to Mercedes. If that's the case and we do have to use her later on, maybe we need to give her some more weapon durability. Especially if she's only relying on a singular weapon durability attack. That way she can just spam it out whenever she needs. There we go. Controls right here. That citizen. Okay. Dorothea's really close. Look them in. Oh, they were actually low. Jeez. A lot of times in these games when it says, oh, this one's nearly routed, stuff like that, they still have like half their health. That was really close. Oops. Actually, maybe I should have sent Dorothea to capture that fort, because then Mercedes could have healed them. But that's it. It worked out. Oh, no. Okay. We're just going to have to Shadow Step Shez. I forgot to take control of Dimitri while he's up here to get rid of that switch. So we can just, where? There it is. Where is she? Ah. Yeah. Well. This is taking up a good chunk of the kingdom story, but I'm assuming this has got to be where Cornelia dies, no? Oh, what citizen? I thought we freed all of them. Oh, whatever. We just one-shot Cornelia. That should end the fight. So that's messed up. I get that, you know, they're just making good on the threat that they had made. But we freed Dimitri, and she just instantly ordered all of them to just start attacking citizens. Pretty messed up. She's teleporting away, isn't she? That would not be good. Interesting.
Stop struggling and accept your fate.
Sure do.
My, how simply terrifying.
And? Oh, okay. Maybe not then.
Do you really think
to be fair, if that's the only thing that's keeping her from being executed, why would she say it, Dimitri?
The tragedy of Dusker will evaporate into the shadows forever.
I have no intention of slaying you. Not yet. But if you have something to say, I suggest you spit it out before I change my mind. Now, Cornelia. Earlier you said my father was betrayed, murdered by lords from within Fargus. But it was you who fueled the flame of that betrayal. You saw my uncle and Lord Arundel join hands, and you brought the Western lords and the Imperial nobles together. All of it was you.
What a fascinating theory.
There are two things I need to know. First, your motivation. Who are you working for, and why? I know what spurred my uncle and the Western lords to act. While the Empire has long smoldered, waiting for even the slightest spark to reignite their fury. There are 1,000 reasons why one might want to assassinate a king. But what's yours for this attempt on my life? And what of my father? Why murder him in a manner as roundabout as a staged raid? All you had to do was fail to end the plague 20 years ago, and the entire royal family would have been consumed by it.
What?
Good point, but I couldn't say. In a sense, that was another lifetime completely.
One more question, then.
That's
My
terrifying.
stepmother's body was never recovered from the site of the tragedy. What happened to her? Tell me, Cornelia.
You'll find the answers you seek.
Are we
in
actually going to the
Imperial
Empire's capital here?
Though you'll have to extract them from your
I didn't
dearest
expect that, honestly.
stepsister. She must surely know something, wouldn't you think? After all, she is your stepmother's actual flesh and blood.
Dang it.
No, I've really enjoyed our little chat here.
It almost makes me wonder, I mean, forget Rhea being the final boss of this path. Maybe it is Cornelia. Who knows?
Don't be so sad. You'll be seeing me again before you even know it.
I mean, for consistency, I kind of assumed it was going to be Rhea, but again, given that we're the ones sheltering them, unless Rhea did something really messed up, like betraying us, that... I'd also... I mean, the assumption for me had been maybe it was Edelgard even, but... That's really interesting. Alright, what do we do now? Gotta wonder. We still have the ongoing war with the Empire. And I wonder if this is kind of the opening that... Yeah, I was gonna say, this could give the opening for the Alliance maybe to combine with the Empire and also attack us. We gotta know. Because surely their alliance is still happening to some extent, you know?
I will not allow the Western territories to go unpunished for this.
Stop. Just stop.
Felix?
Yeah.
I've got something to say, Boar. And this time, you're going to listen. Time and time again, we've tried.
And Felix has every right to be really mad because we literally almost lost Dimitri here.
Your subjects, but we're your allies
Mhm.
first.
Same with Felix's father, actually, as well as Annette's.
So what is it? Do you lack the ears to hear with? Or do you hear our words and just choose to ignore them?
Felix, that's enough. I know how you feel, but you need to contain yourself.
Wasn't really in cold blood, but yeah.
I can't. 2 whole years I've bitten my
You could
tongue.
argue he could have thrown his uncle in jail, but I think it was his duty as a king to do that.
Chose
You know?
war with the Empire. I who murdered my uncle in cold blood. I who oppressed the Western lords. I failed to save the people of Dusker. Failed to save Glenn and my father.
This path really does feel like, I was thinking it would be the most unique of the 3 paths. It really does to me feel like it. A lot of the events in the Alliance and the Empire really did mirror each other, and while you can tell those things are probably going on at the same time right now, a lot of this stuff was only vaguely mentioned in other paths.
Yes, I believe it is mine to bear alone.
You
I wouldn't say
truly are
strange
a
so much as
solid
blunt.
gold fool. One could search the kingdom high and low and not find another as utterly asinine as you.
Hmm.
And the rest of you, don't just stand there. Speak up.
Well, I know Felix has a strange way of showing it at times. But this is all because he worries about you, Dimitri.
And it's not just him either. We all do.
Your Majesty, you know my feelings on this matter. 6 years ago, I too watched as nearly everything I cared about was taken from me.
Yeah.
And Felix
I mean, he's
is
the
no
only one of the
different.
3 leaders that pretty much it felt like has outright been like, I gotta do this all by myself, you know?
To shoulder alone.
Whereas Claude and Edelgard both very much were willing to note that
That is why it is so
we have these forces at our
frustrating to see you
disposal,
act like this.
as well as our friends fighting with us.
Surprising, though.
Let's use them.
You've always kept everything
Whereas
to
Dimitri's
yourself.
kind of like, I'm just gonna go off and do my own thing, you know?
But what you're going through now, it's more than one person could possibly manage on their own.
Please, Your Majesty, we just want to help. You can trust us.
Like I said before, all you need to do is ask and I'll be at the ready. Besides, we'll all be out of work if you go this alone.
We will assist you in whatever we must. Even vengeance.
You don't look hurt.
Thank you,
Shake it off.
all of you.
You're already trying to kill everyone, you know? Like,
Lady Cornelia, what's happened to you?
yeah.
I was too careless. I can hardly remember the last time I was this badly hurt.
Okay.
As for the capital, Viscount Mateus, we failed, and I
She's trying to use something like that as leverage for their support.
What? But how?
Viscount, your son, the one who married a distant relative of House Gautier. They'll have his head. Same goes for the kin of all the other Western lords.
To be fair, this could have been the same, you know, if they'd swapped the rulers and it was Claude or Edelgard. Don't know if they would have either.
Kind enough to forgive those who serve his betrayers. I guarantee you
Jeez.
that his army will begin their march to subdue
It's
Western
scary,
Venice
like,
any moment now.
how good she is at manipulating everyone to doing what she wants. It's horrifying, honestly, because that's how she's basically causing a civil war. And we're already in the middle of dealing with the international conflict with the Empire.
Yes, I
You know?
understand.
Like, it's
We will
crazy.
mobilize at once.
Hmm.
Azure Gleam, the blood-stained lance. The Western Lords suffered defeat at the capital. Cornelia, the instigator of the uprising, flees west and commands her allies, Viscounts Mateus and Gideon, to muster their forces.
Interesting.
Hoping to settle this matter before re-engaging with the Empire, the Kingdom army makes for the Mach region in order to defeat Cornelia and learn the truth of the tragedy of Duscur.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I don't know if he really expected any of them to take it well when he just strips them of their power, but if they're traitors, it's also one of those, what did they expect?
Among the rebels are houses Mateus and Gideon, and all the other Western lords from whom I've stripped power. They appear to have appointed Baron Dominic as their leader.
I'm so sorry, Annie. What could he be thinking?
Okay.
House Dominic may be a mere barony at present, but they're a storied family whose lineage traces all the way back.
Oh, I don't know if that was ever mentioned, but that's interesting. He didn't name one of his 3 sons an heir, and that's what caused the 3 nations to be formed.
He did so without naming a successor to the crown. And so, the 3 regions of the Holy Kingdom, Fargus, Mach, and Leicester, were divided among the 3 royal princes. House Dominic chose to side with the prince ruling Mach,
You'd think, but it's crazy. Especially in Fire Emblem games. Number of, like, ancestral grudges that people take very seriously. Pretty crazy. I can't imagine holding someone, you know, at fault and hating them for things that had happened generations ago, but it's crazy.
People from House Dominic, my father included, have devoted their lives to serving the royal family. It makes me wonder if my uncle's heart is really in this fight.
I mean, a huge point of this game is drop my controller. A huge point of this game and a lot of the theory in recruiting units is these units aren't actually, you know, completely loyal or motivated to the death to do this. Maybe we can recruit them in.
Just be the key to our victory.
How do you mean, Gustav?
If we could only convince my brother to change sides, the Western territories would lose their leader.
That's also true.
And if we were to follow that up with a decisive victory against a demoralized army, it would likely cause their military effort to collapse entirely.
Perhaps. But it'll be difficult to pry the Baron away without first eliminating those surrounding him.
Indeed. If nothing else, we'll need to turn the tide.
There's a lot of conversations and cutscenes in this path. Maybe I'm just, again, hazy or trying to compare it too much to other paths, but like I said, we never had anything like Dimitri, even if it was only temporarily for part of a battle / chapter. If we'd been full clearing the entire chapter, if this had been our first path like we did in Golden Wildfire, that was basically like potentially like 6-7 battles almost that we didn't have Dimitri, you know, the main lord of the path.
Still, this is a far larger force than we ever asked for.
Interesting.
Please, you strove tirelessly to see our home return to us. The people of Duscur have not forgotten the kindness you showed. And though some may still think ill of you, we only offer as many.
Even if he's a bit idealistic compared to the other two, Dimitri's a good leader, genuinely. Obviously conflicted, but he's always trying to do the right thing. If anything, I mean, like, Edelgard has, I think, the correct motives in trying to change the current system, but starting a war is never, in my opinion, the, you know, there's that. And then Claude literally, like, I can't get over the fact he literally signed an armistice with the Empire and then immediately left him out to dry. In the battle, we killed Catherine in that path. He, you know, and that's what spurred a lot of things. You could argue that's what spurred eventually Byleth joining us, which was a positive, but still.
Could have accomplished this. Your sincerity is what won their trust.
I hope you speak true. Nothing I do will ever bring back their fallen loved ones after all.
Yet you have shown us the truth all the same. Allowed us to see a better future. Not only
there you go.
me,
He's finally starting to open up and let us help him.
And still,
it's in a different way, though. When he went insane, he wasn't accepting help from anyone, but that's because he, you know, went insane in 3 houses. Whereas here, he's actually, like, just struggling to let anyone else shoulder the burden because he feels like it's his responsibility. Which, to some extent, I get, but again, you know, It's in the middle of the war. You can't just take everything on yourself. But let's do a few support conversations, but I think that's probably a good stopping point. We've been tearing through this. Oh wow, we have so many support conversations. Like I was saying in the beginning of the stream, I don't know if we'll do every single one this path, just because this is our last path. Whereas on previous ones, I wasn't sure how much of it would carry over if we like didn't do it here, if we'd have to do it later. Ah! Oh, I just smashed my elbow into my desk. Oops. Oh, that hurts. But yeah, let's do a few support conversations. We're in like chapter 8, I think now, and we can't even do our C rank with Dimitri. That's crazy. How about we go down the list? Oh, that really hurt. Why are we just looking at the floor? Okay.
Hey, Dedu, what are you doing here? You need something?
No, but I must ask, what are you doing here?
Just, you know, making sure all the equipment's in good shape. With how rough yesterday's battle was, I figured it couldn't hurt to
Dude's just
round up all the
protective of
weapons that
Dimitri.
got broken and try my hand at fixing them.
I see.
Sorry, should I not have taken them out at night or something? You're giving me this look like you don't trust me.
You have His Majesty's trust. I will not lay a hand on you. But I would like to better understand who you are.
Makes sense to me. I'm still just a newcomer, and my background's unclear
Yeah.
at best.
My apologies.
Nah, it's fine.
To be fair, Claude did the same thing and so did Edelgard. Especially in Edelgard's case. I mean, it was over like her mercenary band, but still like,
Losing my employer either.
I don't know.
So feel free to keep as many eyes out as you think necessary. Dimitri clearly needs all the help he can get. I mean, he made me a commanding officer without so much as a second thought to my past or my intentions.
Yet that conviction makes people follow him.
Okay, well.
And I agree with his decision.
Ow.
Having you close by is
Yeah.
convenient.
What, so you can keep a better eye on me? It doesn't really matter. As long as he's paying
She spent
me,
pretty much
I'll
her
do
entire
whatever
life
I
as a
gotta do
mercenary.
to win for him. Oh, and if I do anything suspicious, you're more than welcome to cut me down.
That's what I like about Chess. Be straightforward, focus at the task at hand, and things like everything else will follow, in theory.
And I might have my own
And if you have to deal with it then. It's not bad to plan for the future, but if you dwell on it too much, that's an issue I personally have. If you dwell on it too much,
will follow.
it makes it really hard to even take that next step.
That's what my old Captain Berling taught me. So I guess I don't have much choice but to just keep at it till I earn your trust.
I see.
Felix.
Now, these weapon repairs will take time. Allow me to aid you.
You sure you don't mean keep an eye on me?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't do that. That makes people really mad, actually.
You know, Felix, I've been thinking. Actually, never mind.
What? You can't.
He's so angry about it.
Come on, out with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He just starts coughing.
Just forget I said anything.
Is your conscience in the way? Say it.
Okay, it's just... even though
Jeez.
you never show it, I can tell you really care about Dimitri and the others. You alright there, Felix? There's no reason to get all choked up over it.
It's your fault for saying something so ridiculous.
Hey, you're the one who asked. But it's true, isn't it? I know I'm right.
And what proof do you have?
Oh, for one, you move way better when you're fighting alongside them.
Yeah.
That's only because
He is
I've
pretty
known
bad
them
about
so
that.
long now I can predict their every move. The boar always rushes straight into enemy lines, so I have to be ready.
That
to
is
cover it.
coordination to some extent, yeah.
Of course, few can survive one of his mad dashes. But I can't just leave him alone. The man doesn't give his own safety
Yeah, I
a
mean,
second
that's...
thought. We don't coordinate, though.
That's been an issue with Fire Emblem since forever. If you're on a flying unit, you're gonna get shot down. Unless you have, I think it was called IOT Shield. Remember, that was a big thing for like Minerva. That was always nice.
Because her Pegasus is an easy target for enemy archers. It's better for me to dash ahead first and eliminate any potential threats. Not that she's incapable of dodging.
I love how it was a very, like, curt response to literally every single thing.
Battle. If she advanced before I did, a cloud of arrows would be the end of her.
Uh-huh. So then why do you always get surrounded when you're fighting with Sylvain?
Because the braggart always insists on showing off. Though if nothing else, he does have the skill to fight his way out of any bind.
Sounds like that's not part of your strategy then. But you'd still never pull it off if you didn't trust each other.
It's all natural for us.
Never hurts to have an understanding on the people you're literally fighting to the death with, you know?
It's impressive how well you work with everyone. I should take a page or two out of your book and learn more about.
Yeah, I feel like Felix is technically one of the harder ones to read in this this group. A lot of the characters here are actually pretty straightforward, and you know, this is what type of person they are. It's kind of crazy though. Like now that we're on our third path, obviously, I'm still thinking. I don't know how many more new characters there will be, or if there'll be DLC units. But I mean, when you think about this, because it shows the other units. There are actually a ton of playable units, you just can't have them all at once. Pretty cool, though. Hi, Sylvain. Okay. Yeah. The other one that this reminds me of already is Linhardt, but Linhardt had no interest of it. Until we were like, well, what if it transforms?
You know that special sword you fight with? Well, I was wondering if you'd let me take a peek at it.
Sure, if you want. Can't say I expected this kind of interest coming from you, though. It'd be one thing if it were Dimitri or Felix asking. You know how they get about weapons.
You do remember I'm the heir to House Gautier, don't you? I've been studying the art of combat ever since I was just a kid.
Well, you always skip out on training, so... Anyway, here. This work?
It sure does. What a weird sword. You know what it's made of? It doesn't look like iron or steel to me.
I couldn't tell you. Honestly, I have no idea.
I kind of doubt it.
What about how you can make it appear right out of thin air? Is that some sort of magic?
Nah, not exactly.
I mean, it's pretty cool looking.
Comes to me when I call it.
Well, that's vague.
Oh, so everyone just had a weapon out of the blue.
Would I be able to use your sword if I wanted to?
Doubt it.
Oh, maybe he's insinuating like it's a special weapon that's not a hero's relic that requires a crest.
I guess I was just thinking how nice it'd be if there were more weapons like yours out in the world. You know, a hero's relic can take down hundreds or even thousands of soldiers in a single swing.
That does make sense. I don't know if you'd want that though.
Swinging, of course. But as soon as the wielder dies, that's it. If you don't have a
we're not going to tell him about Arvel, but that's, you know, it's obvious that's kind of the basis.
That wouldn't be an issue if everyone could just use a sword like yours.
Maybe so, but that doesn't make it possible. I mean, there's still so much even I don't know about it.
Right. It's not like you can just make a second one or something.
That's
actually I mean, if you have those special renown shop things that give everyone crests somehow, that would technically work. It'd also save a lot of the animosity. But it makes sense that he would be thinking of this too, given the situation with his older brother that we just found, you know?
Much work to do if everyone could fight with the relics. And then I could spend all
because his brother, you know, mentioned didn't have a crest, and that's obviously probably a big part of why he kind of defected and went off on his own. So I think that that's obviously something that has to have been weighing on Sylvain's mind.
Come on, let's see that sword of yours a little more.
Interesting. Hi, Mercedes. I don't remember what her first one was about, actually. Oops.
That should be everything in its place now.
And high time we took a break, if you ask me. Hey, why don't you join me for a meal? Might be nice to head into town for once.
I'm not that hungry just yet, though. Oh, I've got it. If you'd like, we could have a tea party. I have a cache of delicious treats we can eat as well.
Sure, I guess I could go for some tea. Where'd that idea come from, though?
Well,
I received some sugar recently as a gift from one
Wonder
of the
how much,
soldiers
like, as a
I never got
mercenary
to
too.
help.
It's one of those kind of
used it to
sadder
get the most
trains of thoughts, but you really have to think,
confections.
like,
I'd love for you to try them.
as a mercenary.
Huh,
Yeah,
does
probably
sound
didn't get the
good.
chance to try a lot of things like that.
A little something sweet once in a while never hurt anyone.
Then we're settled. Give me just a moment. I'll get everything ready.
Whoa, these are incredible. I've never had anything quite like them before.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm particularly happy with how those turned out.
It does actually taste kind of familiar, though. Almost like the snack my mom used to make.
Really? You don't say.
Yeah, I was raised in this little village off in the mountains, absolutely surrounded by nature. Sometimes, Mom would go out and gather fruit from the trees, then bake things with them.
We really do just get a bunch of, like, background information. I wish we had, like...
I love them myself.
I wish we'd gotten a chance to meet her. Even if it was, like, a flashback scene or something like that.
So they can be enjoyed the whole
Because it would also probably explain... I mean, I guess we never really meet Violet's mother. Though we do get, like, direct explanation on stuff, some stuff about her.
And even though
Really
it
makes you
doesn't
wonder,
happen
though.
Too often, just one hint of that flavor, and it's like I'm a kid again. Guess they were just that good.
It's wonderful you have that memory to look back on.
It's kind of
I can
sad.
tell the time you spent with your mother was very precious to you.
For sure.
And even if you could,
I don't
I mean...
remember it too well anymore.
Can
I don't know.
ask you something? Do you ever wish you could return to the past? To those days with your mother?
Not really, no. Besides, even if I wanted to, it's just not possible.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Hey, what's wrong? Was it
That was
something
actually
I
kind of
said?
sad. But yeah, I mean, that's just my genuine thought, though, is,
I must have been daydreaming for a moment.
everyone always talks about, oh man, I wish I could be a kid again, or stuff like that. And
I made it special
there's
to
definitely
pair
good
with the
times.
tea.
Thanks.
But even if it was possible, like, I don't know. Sometimes the past is the best to leave in the past, you know? And if you went back in time, knowing how things were going to turn out, things may not turn out the same way. But anyway, let's finish off these last two, one of Shez's support conversations, I think, before we end the stream. We made some good progress on this path today. Oh, okay.
Another beautiful day. Perfect weather to get a bit of training in.
There you are. I've been looking
Oh.
all over for you.
Oops.
Hey, Annette. Not used to seeing anyone else up and about this early. What's up?
This is
That is not a picture I want in my mind.
This doesn't have anything to do with me, does it?
It absolutely does. You sang my
Oh,
song
did she
for
mess
the
up
other
the song?
mercenaries.
Your song? Oh, you mean the one about the horse that had a human face?
Oh no.
No, I mean, yes, but that's not what it's about at all.
Really? I could have sworn the lyrics said something
Oh.
about a guy's body being
I don't
eaten
think Shez
by
was trying to be
horse.
insensitive.
I liked it so much I couldn't stop humming it to myself. And then I had to teach it to the other mercs when they overheard me.
Which
Oh, okay. It was
explains why
unfinished.
I heard it in all corners of the camp. It really caught me off guard. I haven't sung it for anyone
Oh,
else yet.
okay.
Only you.
Sorry, should I have kept it to myself?
To be fair, I'm also one of the said people when I've composed stuff in the past.
I'm glad you liked it that much.
Yeah, I've had a really hard time with, like, but then I get to that point where I never feel like it's ready, you know?
Around once I'm happy with how they turned out. But it's super embarrassing when people hear one before I finished writing it.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's no fun when people see or hear something when you're not ready to show it off. I mean, I'm the same way. I can't stand it when other people watch me practice my sword work. Though I can't really avoid it if I want to get any real training in.
Exactly. But my song's out in the wild now, and there's no putting that cat back in the box. I guess I'll just have to wait till everyone forgets it.
Hey,
Yeah, why not?
I'm really sorry about all this.
Unless the new one doesn't end up being as
Tell everyone
popular.
they never heard of it.
In which case they might like it all, but...
No, absolutely not.
If they're already liking it before it's finished, though, that means you've got a good basis for it.
In that case, why don't you just finish the song? Then you can sing
That's
the
one of those
final
things too that, like,
version for
unless it was
everyone, and they'll
specifically
keep that
mentioned, there was no
one
real way
all
for
the time.
Shez to know that
You might not be
the
happy
song
with
was
it right now, but it's
incomplete,
clearly
and
catchy
that
if all
Annette
those
didn't
people
want
are
it being
loving
spread or anything like that, you know? If you don't tell them, you can't exactly expect people to know.
I just need to finish up the lyrics then.
That's the spirit. Though I do really like the whole 80% horse part.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, you'd imagine so if they all tie back to the 3 siblings to the one original king.
Huh. So House Yvonne is actually just a branch of House Blathid?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Though really, if you trace any noble bloodline back far enough, you will find most of them are related in one way or another. For example, Duke Yvonne possesses the crest of Karen, while her grandfather possessed the minor crest of Fraldarius. Yet another of her ancestors bore the
I mean, the fewer people that have crests as time goes on.
through the royal bloodline.
Oh, that too, yeah.
You just gotta have a crest to inherit the family title, huh? Doesn't matter which one it is?
In general, yes. The nobility
Although
used
the
to be
main
more particular about
the
their
main bloodline
requirements,
probably
but
needs to
that's in
have
the
the
past
crest of
now.
Blathid. You'd imagine.
Since the houses all keep intermingling, none of them really have a pure bloodline anymore. Meaning they don't get to be picky about which crests
makes sense.
they get. Though in truth, the main reason why crests are so valued is because they allow their bearers to wield the hero's relics, passed down through generations. In other words, one who possesses a crest compatible with the family's relic is much more likely to inherit the family title.
Huh.
That's surprising.
Speaking of, you're the heir to House Galatea, but your crest comes
Judas
from another
House.
family, right?
Yes, but my house is a little
I don't know if I would have said that out loud, but that is a good point, you know?
We split off from House Daphne in Leicester, you see. And at times in our history,
Yeah.
crest bearers have been passed over entirely for the inheritance.
Ugh, can't you just pick a rule and stick to it? Why do you nobles always have to make stuff so complicated?
Complicated or not,
Yeah.
this is important knowledge if you are going to keep serving His Majesty. If you stay ignorant, the soldiers you command will lose respect for you, and His Majesty's reputation will be irreparably damaged.
Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't be complaining after I asked you to teach me. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh,
Interesting.
right. You're the legitimate
That does
heir
make sense,
and you
though.
have a crest,
If
which
you have all
means
the
you're gonna
responsibilities of
inherit
the
family
lead of a
title
house, you know?
But what about all that talk of becoming a knight?
Oh,
Can you even do
I
that
wonder
if
what the
you're
chance
leading
is to
house?
what affects the chance of you actually
I
inheriting
have
the
dreamt
crest.
of obtaining knighthood and defending the king ever
Oh, but she
since
does
I
have a
was
sibling that
little
could.
girl. But I'm afraid it's not meant to be.
And none
Her
of your
eldest
siblings
brother,
have
though, then
crests.
why is she the heir?
Isn't there
I
anyone
don't
who
get
can
it.
take the title for you?
You'd think like the eldest
My
sibling
eldest brother says
would be
he is
the
willing
eldest
to do
sibling with
so
like a
if
crest, but
necessary.
maybe the sibling has a different crest. But
After all,
if
the
she's
decision
also, she
comes
also
down to
directly
what the
said she doesn't
family
have
and
the
heir want.
House Galatea crest.
Usually, leadership passes to a
Though I'm
child
sure
with a
there's other
crest.
factors. It's just interesting.
There have been exceptions, as I mentioned before. Even so,
Could be a support too.
it is
You never
the
know.
duty of every kingdom noble
And maybe
to
the
take
eldest
up
sibling
their
didn't
role
want
in
it,
defense of their people.
but maybe that is it too. Ingrid has the support of
Not
other
to
members of the
mention,
house.
My father is not the only one who wants to see me in charge of the house.
That's also
The
true.
citizens of
It
Galatea
might not
are
be in the
hoping for
same
same.
capacity of a knight, but yeah.
Huh. I'm not sure I really get all the politics behind it, since I wasn't born in the
Okay.
kingdom.
Interesting.
But wouldn't you still be able to protect the king,
Okay.
even if you ended up a
I wonder how
count?
many more. Yeah, there's still a good
I
number
am
of
not
support
sure I
conversations.
follow.
That's interesting. I mean, you do have to consider for a lot of these
Sorry, I can
characters, it
explain
seems a
some
little
other
bit more
time.
just because it'd be like if
There's
there's
a
one
story
between,
about
say,
a
Sedith and
mercenary
Flame,
I'd love to
and that's
tell
the only two they have, then that's 2 bubbles for one person. But so we got through a good number of those right there. Anyways, guys, I think I am going to go ahead and end the stream there. Thanks for everyone who stopped by. As always, I'll post the stream VOD on YouTube. That way it holds off because I know Twitch only keeps it for, I want to say, like 16, 17 days. It's something around there. And, you know, there's always a chance to get different viewers over there as well. I personally watch YouTube and YouTube clips and such a lot more than I watch just full-on streams, but anyways, that was pretty fun. I'm really enjoying this new path. It does seem very, very unique compared to, you know, the regular paths, because I really did, and I mean, we kind of anticipated this, but it does genuinely seem like the Azure Gleam path is very, very unique compared to the Golden Wildfire and Scarlet Blaze paths, because a lot of their events coincided. things like the armistice/alliance between the two of them obviously were going to happen in each of the paths if the events generally reflected each other, which they do seem to do so. A lot of things, like we saw that kind of parallel between how if we were with the alliance, the pincer attack with House Gloucester still happened. It was just, you know, potentially either Ferdinand, Ladislava, and Bernadetta who were there, or it was Kaspar's father. Just really interesting stuff like that. I don't know how many of those events we'll see in the kingdom, since we seem to be struggling very heavily with the internal war. But that also explains why so much attention in the other two paths were allowed to be focused on each other. But I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I don't know when the next time we'll be streaming is, but we'll probably continue this. There's obviously the new Genshin Impact event that's coming. I didn't get a chance to play the whole Golden Apple Archipelago event the first time, so maybe we'll stream that too. But anyways, I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.